Chapter 737. Zhong Feng was a little dumbfounded. He only remembered that he had given this salt-making technique to Laro Li just to show off. But how could he have known that this thing could make money? But then Zhong Feng's eyes couldn't help but burn. He rubbed his hands and asked, "Well, Laro Li, tell me, how much did I make from this thing? You also know that my academy has just started, and I need money for everything. I'm worried about this." "You're really my god of wealth." Li Shimin instantly felt as if there was a fly stuck in his throat. It was suffocating. However, he really didn't care about this little bit of money. However, this kid had already forgotten about this matter completely. In an instant, Li Shimin had an impulse to vomit blood. Zhenla's poisonous salt was basically given to the Tang dynasty. 10 carriages of poisonous salt in exchange for 1 carriage of salt, and it was the coarse salt that was produced in the first process. Even so, the people of Zhenla thought that they had gotten a big bargain, not to mention that these coarse salt were basically sold in large quantities to the Turkic Tubo and other countries at the price of 10 copper coins per kilogram. As for the fine salt in the Tang dynasty, it was basically 1 copper coin per kilogram. Although it was cheap, it was basically used by everyone except those who lived deep in the mountains and forests. Millions of people. This was an astronomical figure. Li Shimin took a deep breath and looked up at Zhong Feng's face. He shook his head and found it funny. "When did you become so vulgar?" "Vulgar? Don't you know that you don't know the cost of firewood and rice if you don't manage the household? Now I'm just sitting there and eating. If you don't think of a way, what can you do?" Ignoring Zhong Feng's incessant retort, Li Shimin said, "You should be able to calculate the price of this thing. After all, you were the one who set the price of this thing in the first place. There are hundreds of large and small salt-making workshops in the various prefectures of Jiangnan Circuit, and that's not counting the ones set up by the government. Every day, each workshop can produce about 500 kilograms of fine salt and about 3,000 kilograms of export coarse salt. The export coarse salt is 10 copper coins, and the domestic fine salt is 1 copper coin. If the fine salt is exported, the price will be about 1 copper coin. Do you have an idea now?" "So much." When Zhong Feng heard this, his eyes almost popped out. He spread out his hands and said, "Then give me some money first. I'm so poor that I don't even have enough money to eat." You still know how to ask for money. Now these workshops and your source of income are all cut off. Even if I give you some money now, what will you do in the future? Don't just be a shopkeeper." When Zhong Feng heard this, he came out of his beautiful fantasy of waiting to receive money. Although this thing was just thrown to Li Shimin casually at the beginning, he didn't expect that this thing could become popular in the Tang dynasty in such a short time. Now when he heard it, Zhong Feng felt like he was in Tesco. However, Laro Li still had a conscience and gave him some shares, but at this time, Zhong Feng thought for a while, then stood up and walked around the room twice before saying, "Laro Li, actually, what do you think about the matter of Zhenla this time?" Li Shimin rolled his eyes. He chose to ignore it. If he knew the way, would he come here? Did he have nothing to do? "Do you think I would come to you if I knew the way?" Li Shimin couldn't help complaining in the end. Zhong Feng touched his nose, coughed, and said, "Actually, you just need to stay calm about this matter. His Majesty already has a plan." "Plan? I just heard from Qian that you said His Majesty is not going to send troops to Zhenla." Li Shimin saw that he finally got to the main topic, so he hurriedly asked. Zhong Feng shook his finger. "No, it's not that His Majesty is not going to send troops. His Majesty should be able to understand the current situation." "Of course, you definitely can't understand it. Then tell me about it so that I can be mentally prepared. You also know that a large number of my goods are now detained in Tubo and other countries. Once the war starts, not only will we lose Zhenla, this fat piece of meat, but we may also lose all our trade routes. Aren't you worried at all? Moreover, the current situation is not a problem of whether to send troops or not, but what if we are attacked from both sides once we send troops?" Li Shimin finished what he wanted to say in one breath. This time, he really didn't have any time to brag and chat with Zhong Feng. Now, he didn't know how many people the Tujue had sent out, nor did he know what conspiracy was behind this matter. As the emperor, how could he not be worried? This time, if there was another White Horse alliance, Li Shimin would definitely go crazy. Moreover, he also knew that if the Tujue really came to the south this time, it wouldn't be to scare people. Seeing this, Zhong Feng didn't want to joke anymore. He knew that Laro Li was really worried about the current situation. Zhong Feng didn't even think about it. He dipped the cup in water and wrote 4 big words on the table. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. When Li Shimin saw these words, he was shocked. He couldn't help but frown. You mean? Chapter 738. Li Shimin knew the story of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. After all, he had come from a military background, so he knew the various military operations like the back of his hand. But now that Zhong Feng was talking about besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, Li Shimin couldn't understand. He hurriedly asked, Fengzi, by besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, you mean that His Majesty wants to send troops to deal with the Turks? Who told you that? If there's nothing wrong with His Majesty's head, no human would say such a thing. I said that you weren't cut out for this, but you didn't believe me and insisted on asking. Li Shimin was once more looked down upon by Zhong Feng. But none of this was important. Li Shimin didn't get angry, continuing to ask, then why don't you tell me, should we send troops or not, where should we send them, and what do you mean by besieging Wei to rescue Zhao? Li Shimin's mind was in a mess. How could he think of so many things? Zhong Feng pursed his lips and looked at the panicked Li Shimin like he was looking at a country bumpkin, slowly shaking his head. If I say that you don't understand, then you really don't understand. Come, I'll explain it to you in detail. It can also be considered as a science lesson for you. Otherwise, if you walk out like this, I'll lose face. As he spoke, Zhong Feng took out a piece of straw paper, a brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone, as well as a thin bamboo stick. On the paper, he roughly sketched out the Tang dynasty and the surrounding terrain. Then, he pointed at the intersection of Tubo, India, and Junla. Look, this is the intersection of the 3 kingdoms. Look here. As he spoke, Zhong Feng used the bamboo stick to point at the Anchi Protectorate and then wrote the words Chotzi City. Li Shimin instantly understood the approximate location of this map from the circles of various sizes. Then, Zhong Feng drew a long dotted line from the vicinity of Chotzi City to Longyu Circuit and said, if our soldiers set out from Guanay Circuit and work with all the soldiers of Longyu Circuit to set up defenses along the way, then enter Chotzi City from a diagonal line, cross Tubo, and work with a portion of the Tang dynasty soldiers in Tubo to directly attack India, wouldn't this instantly solve Junla's dilemma? Li Shimin was dumbfounded. His eyes stared straight at the map, unable to speak for a long time. He instantly understood what Zhong Feng meant by besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, but what was the use? Fengzi, I heard that old bastard Tuli has already arranged 100,000 elites from Yuju. Didn't you say so yourself? It's very likely that these 100,000 people have already entered Tubo and India. The war between the 2 countries is also very likely a plot related to these Turkic elites. If you do this, won't you be attacked from the front and the back? You must know that the number of soldiers that the Tang dynasty can mobilize, including the soldiers of the various prefectures, is at most 200,000. If these people are all trapped, won't our Tang dynasty completely open the western gate to the Turks? Moreover, you have to understand that Tuli and Xieli have always been at odds. What does it mean that Tuli's 100,000 elites can enter Xieli's territory mean? This shows that Tuli and Xieli must have reached some kind of consensus. Therefore, I think this time the Tujue have dispatched more than 100,000 men, most likely 200,000. It is also possible that the 300,000 men from India are basically Tujue people. Do you believe me? Li Shimin said everything that he wanted to say in one go. Zhong Feng looked at Li Shimin in surprise. Not bad, Laro Li. I didn't expect you to have made some progress. Your guess is correct. Although Tuli and Xieli are uncle and nephew, they have long been like fire and water. Moreover, the disaster and famine this time have already caused a large scale of friction. Tuli's people being able to enter the Western Turks safely is a very big problem. But until now, there has been no news. What does that mean? There's a trick in this. The reason why I said to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao as well as using Chotsi City as the starting point, is actually based on His Majesty's usual strategy. Chotsi City is an important stronghold. It can reach the Tujua and penetrate deep into Tubo's hinterland. If you were given 100,000 men, I think that even if you brought 100,000 men and did nothing but parade around Tubo, it would still make India and the Tujua nervous. But what's the use of this? We are now thinking of how to resolve the situation in Junla. Li Shimin spread out his hands. Zhong Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and said, "Don't be anxious. Let me finish." Li Shimin's face darkened. "Get to the point." "Okay. Actually, if you bring 100,000 people from Chotsi into Tubo, your goal is to attract the attention of the Turks and India, and then kill your way into India in a high-profile manner. What do you think will happen if your 100,000 people enter India? Even if India announces that 300,000 people are stationed in Junla, that means that their defense will be focused on the border with Junla. As for the border between Tubo and the Turks, there will be a gap in their defense. Once they know about this, do you think they will continue to attack Junla? Or go back to reinforce?" Li Shimin stared at the simple map drawn by Zhong Feng. After thinking carefully, he instantly understood. "This is what you meant by attacking Wei to rescue Zhao?" Chapter 739. It was only natural that Li Shimin would be so shocked. Li Shimin had read more books on the art of war than anyone else. After all, his title as the King of Qin had not come out of thin air. It had been won through battle after battle. But today, Zhong Feng's unprecedented strategy left Li Shimin rather shocked. He was very clear about the military story of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. However, at this moment, Zhong Feng had given him a whole new level of understanding. Li Shimin couldn't help but wonder if all the books on the art of war he had studied were fake. Otherwise, how could he not understand something so simple that could be solved with a different way of thinking? "Fengzi, just what are you thinking? Why can't I think of such a simple thing? But there's one thing I still don't understand. You've said so much, but what if the Turks haven't mobilized all their forces? Or perhaps they've already predicted Chotsi City? After all, the Turks are said to have an army of 1 million. 1 million? And an army?" Zhong Feng faintly smiled. "Have you forgotten what you did to the Turks? You've already bought all their horses. Do you think they can still muster an army of 1 million? It's already a miracle that they can muster 300,000 horsemen, and you still expect them to have 1 million? The 1 million they said was just a bluff. They can't even muster 500,000. Moreover, the Turks are probably probing. If the Tang dynasty really falls for their trap, then the Tang dynasty will be in danger. Thus, the Turks are gambling. Either they win and drink wine in Chang'an, or they lose and hide in the steppe. Do you understand now? But if we penetrate through Chotsi City, we'll be cutting off this group of people's connection with the Turks. Moreover, if we spread out all the spies we've planted along the way and work with the Tibetan army, even if they have 200,000 soldiers, do you think they'll be a match for us in a long-distance raid? Let's talk about something else. The Turks are good at fighting on the plains, but the soldiers of the Tang dynasty are suited to all kinds of environments. The current environment is more favorable for the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. So, what do you think will happen if we send our troops? In Li Shimin's eyes, there was only deep shock left. Besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. This was not besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. This was killing two birds with one stone. Not only could they solve Junla's predicament and force the Indians to return, but they would also be able to encircle and annihilate the Turks in Chotsi City. "This," Li Shimin murmured. "Fengzi, are you talking about the military science you talked about before?" Zhong Feng took a sip of tea and said lightly, "Yes, this is only a small part of military science. It's also called military analysis." "Military analysis? A small part? This is called a small part." Li Shimin was speechless. But he still asked, "Then, what is this tactic called?" "What is it called?" Zhong Feng thought for a while and said, "It's called deep battle." This kind of thing was basically known to anyone who had watched TV. However, the people of this era did not know anything about tactics, let alone TV. They only knew how to dive headfirst into it. At most, they would know how to arrange the troops. Who could understand this kind of thing? But what was this? This was something that the martyrs had summed up in war after war. But for Li Shimin, this was something incredible. How could he understand these things? He could not help but ask, what is deep battle? Zhong Feng was speechless. Well, it's hard to explain in a few words. But don't worry. As long as the emperor is not stupid, your property will be saved this time. So, don't worry, don't panic. Just wait calmly. Seeing that Zhong Feng was unwilling to talk about it, a hint of disappointment flashed through Li Shimin's eyes. However, he rolled his eyes and said, although what you said does make sense, and perhaps His Majesty also arranged it this way, after all, I have too many people under my command. In addition to the complexity of this war, it is inevitable that some stray soldiers will covet our things, so, what are you going to say? Zhong Feng's ears instantly pricked up. He was still brooding about the wine last time. At this time, Li Shimin's words instantly made Zhong Feng extremely vigilant. Don't expect to get a penny from me. Let me tell you, I have nothing but a set of clothes now. I've put them all on for you. If you want anything, don't say it. You won't get it even if you say it. Boy, what kind of person do you think I am? Is it necessary? But this time, I really have something to ask you. Stop talking. I don't want to listen. I can't hear you. I have something to do. I'm leaving. Zhong Feng was furious and hurried to slip away. Li Shimin pulled Zhong Feng back. After a long time, Zhong Feng was finally willing to sit down and listen to him. In fact, it's nothing. Didn't old you say some time ago? Get some guards to guard the place in Tubo and other properties. We have people, but we don't have suitable weapons. Look at your spear that can break everything. Can you? No. Goodbye, I won't see you out. Chapter 740. Zhong Feng couldn't take it anymore. He had just tricked him into giving up the liquor formula. Although in the end, Zhong Feng was still careful and kept the most important blending and distillation formula. But when he thought of this, Zhong Feng felt uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. He had been playing with the eagle all day, but in the end, he was pecked in the eye by the eagle. Seeing that Zhong Feng was about to leave, Li Shimin grabbed Zhong Feng's hand and pressed him down on the recliner. He even personally brought him a cup of tea and said, Fengzi, you don't have to do this, right? Who are the two of us? I have a lot of businesses. If it wasn't for your help, how could I, Laro Li, be where I am today? So, what's mine is yours, yours. What's mine is still mine. Zhong Feng promptly interrupted Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. You're right. But as you can see, it's a chaotic time now. If we don't have a good job, how are we going to survive? Not to mention other things, even the government doesn't like us very much. That's why I had no choice. Taking a step back, Zhenla and Tubo and other countries have just opened trade. After this war, no matter if we win or not, the ones who will suffer losses will always be us. Don't you think so? Do you want to wait until the war is over and start again? At that time, do you think we have the capital to reopen the trade route? Li Shimin began to act pitiful. For Li Shimin, this was really a good show. After all, an emperor, which morning court wasn't acting? At this time, when Li Shimin was telling the current state of the country and the situation, Zhong Feng couldn't help but begin to sympathize with Li Shimin. Ari. Laro Li, it's not that I don't want to help you. What's the relationship between us? I can't just watch you suffer, right? But as for this matter, you have seen the current state of the academy. Don't worry. Wait for a month. After a month, won't they have refined steel weapons and steel shields? Let's not talk about this. Even if you want me to give you a crossbow with a maximum shooting range of 1,000 steps or an impenetrable armor, I will give you those. But I don't have the time to do that for the time being. 1,000 steps. Li Shimin couldn't help but stare at Zhong Feng with wide eyes. Seeing that Zhong Feng wasn't joking, he hurriedly asked, Are you serious? As far as I know, the most popular crossbow bolts only have a maximum shooting range of 150 paces, and that's the Zhuge Chong crossbow. Isn't it just a powerful crossbow at 1,000 paces? If you wait for a month, I will only need 3 days to produce 100 of them for you. That's every day. Is this enough? If you give me a little more time, half a year, no, just 3 months, the Red Barbarian Cannon and Larotsu will be ready for you. Red Barbarian Cannon? Li Shimin's eyes bulged, and his breathing quickened. What is that? Zhong Feng decided to be frank. After all, the bigger the pie, the easier it would be for this guy to keep his thoughts to himself. Otherwise, if this guy came today and asked for a sword, spear, and shield, the next day, he would beat around the bush and ask for it. It was so annoying. He told them all at once what he wanted to do. Not only would it broaden their horizons, but it would also shut them up completely and give him some time. Otherwise, their thoughts would be stuck in the era of cold weapons. At this moment, Li Shimin was really led astray by Zhong Feng. His mind was filled with question marks about the Red Barbarian Cannon. He couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Tell me, what is this Red Barbarian Cannon? Is it more powerful than the crossbow you mentioned?" Of course. You should have heard of catapults, right? Catapults and Juga divine crossbows are a combination of these two things. Not only can catapults throw rocks, but they can also throw fireballs and so on. However, the range of the catapults isn't very far, and they are also very complicated. However, this Red Barbarian Cannon is different. Its range isn't as powerful as the crossbow I mentioned, but it is a great weapon when attacking cities and seizing territories. Once the elixir is thrown out, it will instantly explode, and the thing produced by the explosion can cause a lot of damage to people or objects within a 2-jong radius. Zhong Feng explained the Red Barbarian Cannon with spittle flying everywhere. As expected, Li Shimin couldn't help but shudder at this moment. He was already so shocked by this magical thing that his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, Zhong Feng's words made Li Shimin completely lose his composure. "Laro Li, do you still remember the metal ship I mentioned before? Once the metal ship is built, you can put dozens of Red Barbarian cannons on it. Think about it, what can your ship do? Even if it's a wall, you can blast it to smithereens from afar, not to mention the impact of the ship." Li Shimin's voice was trembling. Although the five-toothed warship was powerful, it couldn't withstand strong winds and waves. Moreover, the purpose of a ship was to transport things, and it also played an important role in war. However, a real battle on the water was basically a collision between two ships. Regardless of whether the ship won or lost, the damage to the ship would be huge. However, what about this Red Barbarian Cannon? Once it was installed, then, however, Li Shimin also understood at this moment. He calmed down and asked again, "Fengzi, just tell me directly. What other treasures do you have? Can you let me take a look?" Chapter 741. Sure. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Forget about the Red Barbarian Cannon. That's just a toy. If I have time, once my research institute is done, I can even make handguns that are simpler than bows and arrows, let alone the Red Barbarian Cannon. That's just child's play. Once I've nurtured some technical talents, I can even make bombs for you. As he spoke, Zhong Feng's voice stopped abruptly. He spread his hands and said, "But look at my construction site. It's a huge mess. How do you expect me to make those things for you? I have time and a place. Even if it's the simplest gun, although I said that I can make it within a month, I still need a place and time, don't I? I'm not a god. I want to make them for you, but do you think that's possible? This will all take time." Li Shimin was already dizzy from listening to him. The more he listened, the more he felt that those things were distant. He gradually understood what Zhong Feng meant. Is this guy indirectly saying that I'm short-sighted? However, even if he knew, Li Shimin did not have the heart to get back at him. The handgun that Zhong Feng mentioned at the end had piqued Li Shimin's interest. "Fengzi, tell me about this handgun. What are you talking about? It's a waste of saliva. No matter how much you talk about it, I don't have time to make it now. No, tell me about it. I remember that I have a good toy from the previous dynasty. I think it's the personal sword of Emperor Yang of Sui." Zhong Feng's ears perked up at the mention of treasure. "Give it to me. I'll tell you about it." Li Shimin smiled. "You first. Are you sure that this is the personal sword of Emperor Yang of Sui?" Zhong Feng's eyes were burning. Emperor Yang of Sui. Before this amazing person became the emperor, he was quite an amazing person. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and was taken down by someone else. Later generations only had a few rumors about Emperor Yang of Sui. But now, Zhong Feng actually heard about Emperor Yang's personal sword. How could he not be tempted? No matter what, this was something that the emperor had used before. Carrying it around was also a symbol of status. Zhong Feng could not help but ignore Li Shimin's provocation. If you have such a treasure, you should have said so earlier. If you had told me earlier, I would have told you everything. Cough cough, if you want to talk about this flamethrower, the principle behind it is actually very simple, and the manufacturing process isn't that complicated. The most important thing about this thing is its simplicity. How many arrows can an ordinary archer equip on the battlefield? Hearing this, Li Shimin said, generally, there are 30. For light cavalry, there are about 40. That's right, let's just shoot 50 arrows. This is the problem of weight. If it's too heavy, it will affect the speed. If it's too little, it won't be enough. This is the shortcoming of an archer. But once you switch to a musket, this won't be a problem. You should know about that firecracker Laro Li, right? The ammunition for this thing is gunpowder. The impact of the gunpowder will cause the iron sand to shoot out for a short period of time. The strong impact can easily penetrate an ordinary armor. The strong impact can even shoot through a horse. Li Shimin was shocked. However, Zhong Feng's tone changed. He asked, it shouldn't be a problem for each person to carry half a kilogram of gunpowder, right? As long as the ratio of gunpowder is determined in advance, we can just stuff it into the barrel when we need to use it. Half a kilogram of gunpowder and 5 kilograms of iron sand shouldn't weigh more than 30 arrows, right? You calculate. How many times can 5 kilograms of iron sand and 1 kilogram of gunpowder be used? How would Li Shimin know? Zhong Feng stretched out 3 fingers and waved them in front of Li Shimin's eyes. Li Shimin said in a daze, 30, 300 times? Yes. Li Shimin was completely speechless by Zhong Feng's words. However, Zhong Feng did not stop until he was shocked to death. He continued, moreover, the most important part of this thing is a piece of seamless steel pipe. If there is a smelter, I can make a gun for you right now. Really? When Li Shimin heard this, he was instantly energized. Zhong Feng was stunned and nodded subconsciously. When Li Shimin saw this, he grabbed Zhong Feng's arm and pulled him outside. This gave Zhong Feng a fright. Laro Li, let's talk nicely. Why are you pulling me? Let's go to Chang'an City. I'll find you the best blacksmith in Chang'an. As long as what you said is true, I can even get you a smelter from the Ministry of Works. When Zhong Feng did not tell him the production process of this thing, Li Shimin was a little disappointed. But now, this was undoubtedly a miracle. As long as there was a smelter, he could make it. Then what was he waiting for? As long as he gave the order, how many blacksmiths in the Tang dynasty would not come? What was this? Right now, the war situation was tense, and no one knew what would happen at the front line in the next moment. If they could set up a big killing machine at this time, it would be an overwhelming guarantee for the entire war situation. Li Shimin could see that the Tang dynasty could not lose in this war. Once they lost, the Tang dynasty would not only be facing the Turkic cavalry, it would be everyone. Therefore, Li Shimin wanted to use a perfect war to draw a perfect picture of his political career. At this time, this gun was his hope. Chapter 742. Li Shimin's agitation made Zhong Feng rather suspicious. Laro Li, I say, didn't you just want a few dozen guards? Is there a need for you to be so anxious? Besides, it's not like this toy can be made early on. Even if it's made, without a legal approval, it'll be a disaster. Li Shimin waved his hand, interrupting Zhong Feng. Fengzi, you should still remember the Lord Zhong's son we know now, right? As long as this thing is good, no matter what kind of approval you want, it'll only take a single word from him, right? Moreover, can't you tell that this is also a huge business deal? Zhong Feng's lips twitched at these words. He seriously suspected that Laro Li's mind was filled with only money. Had he forgotten everything he had said before? Or was it that all he thought about was money? This really was a businessman. Everything he did was related to money. You're right, but I don't dare to touch this money. When the time comes, if you want to do it, you can just say that this toy was made by you. I'll just take the money. Let me say this first. If this toy is done well, you'll make a fortune. If it's not done well, your entire family will be buried with it. You better think this through carefully. Zhong Feng advised again. Think about it. In the history of the past, when has there ever been a person who dealt in firearms ever had a good ending? Moreover, we're dealing with firearms this time. These things can't be compared to cold weapons. Although our emperor is wise and farsighted, not all of his subordinates are as he thinks. If this toy gets hot and causes a disaster, there's no need to talk about how His Majesty will protect you. Those people behind the scenes will destroy your entire family. The first person Zhong Feng thought of was the venomous Hu Junji. In history, this fellow's schemes were unmatched, and for the sake of his goals, he was even willing to sell his daughter. In the end, if he hadn't encouraged Crown Prince Li Chengqian, there wouldn't have been so many problems. But the heavens did not go as one wished. Hu Junji had relied on his status as the emperor's favorite to almost cause the emperor to lose his life and almost cause a second coup at Xuanwu Gate. Once she was targeted by him. That was the consequence. Zhong Feng didn't want to have anything to do with such a person. That would cost him his life. However, Li Shimin didn't take it to heart. He was an emperor. Any emperor would want to establish his authority and prestige, which was also the foundation for the stability of the Tang dynasty in the future. This was the so-called foundation of all ages. But now, on the outside, the Turks were eyeing them covetously. On the inside, the landowning clans and nobles wanted to monopolize certain things, such as knowledge, all sorts of ways to make money, and ways to make their clans prosper for a long time. The landowning clans were too arrogant. They were even more arrogant than the Turks. After decades, centuries, and even millennia, they had used political marriages, teacher and student recommendations, fellow countrymen, servants, county officials, landlords, old officials, and other means to form an invisible net. At the slightest sign of trouble or change in the imperial court, they would instantly tighten the net to protect their own nobles. They would even ally with other landowning clans to do the same. This was fatal to a country. Take the previous dynasty for example. If the landowning clans hadn't interfered, the Sui dynasty wouldn't have fallen so quickly. If these landowning clans' industries and foundations were to shrink the moment they learned that the Turks were heading south, how could the Tang dynasty be safe? It was time to strike a blow. This was what Li Shimin wanted to do the most at this moment. He could even understand Zhong Feng's words, and it could be said that it was something that had been on his mind all this time. However, Li Shimin saw hope from the gun. Take the Guanlong clans for example. Although he had long wanted to exterminate them, it was because they were so big that even he had to be wary of the network, so Li Shimin could only slowly nibble at them. He even reshuffled all the ministers in the court. What was the reason? Wasn't it because he wanted to destroy the landowning clan's network in the court? Li Shimin knew that if he wanted to have real power over the court, he had to centralize power. Although power sounded simple, it was not so simple in reality. Before Zhong Feng appeared, Li Shimin had been dispirited and dejected because he couldn't see any hope. However, as he got closer to Zhong Feng, he suddenly felt that Zhong Feng seemed to be the key to him becoming the eternal emperor that Zhong Feng had mentioned. Especially after the Eight Waters incident in Chang'an and the means to deal with Guanlong, Li Shimin couldn't help but see the hope of getting rid of the landowning clans. At this moment, when he heard that Zhong Feng had such a magical thing, how could Li Shimin sit still? Looking at Zhong Feng leisurely lying on the reclining chair, Li Shimin continued, "Fengzi, don't worry and do it boldly. I can help you solve any problem. Think about it, the emperor basically knows everything about you now. You can do it without worry. As long as you do it, I believe the emperor will naturally reward you. As for other things, don't worry. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem for me." Laro Li. Chapter 743. Zhong Feng was a little speechless. "It's starting already?" "No, Laro Li, look at how busy I am. Aren't you just setting up a guard? You can just do it casually. Besides, you're acquainted with Lord Zhong's son. You can get some military supplies from him, such as crossbows and the like. Won't that be enough? Is there a need to be in such a hurry? Li Shimin spread his hands and said, how can I not be in a hurry? War is about to break out. Once war breaks out, it will definitely cause chaos. All of my properties are worth a lot of money. Once war breaks out, it will be an irreparable loss. The sooner I get it done, the sooner my heart and the people under my control will be at ease. How could Li Shimin not be in a hurry? He was just short of burning down the house now. He knew his own situation. He knew how many soldiers he had. These people still didn't know if the Turks had any backup plans. Besides, if you hide in the mountains all day and talk your mouth off, how could you know what other people were thinking? It was better to get the hard goods as soon as possible so that he could be at ease. Li Shimin also knew that he couldn't push him too hard. Otherwise, this kid would definitely not do it. He sighed and said, sigh. Thinking about that treasured sword, I can't forget it even now. However, this thing is still in Tubo for the time being and can't be transported back. Enough. I'll do it, okay? Zhong Feng was finally hung up by Li Shimin. It was simply touching the pot that didn't boil. Actually, it wasn't that difficult to make this gun. After all, he was also a gun enthusiast. He had seen these things and information on how to assemble guns and other things when he was in university. There was everything in the library. The difficulty was in the seamless steel pipe. This thing was really difficult. As long as this thing was created, then everything would be fine. After thinking for a while, Zhong Feng said, I can do it, but it will take at least a month to produce something. You also know that the things on the mountain are very important. I can't tinker with those things all day long. If you can wait, then find some skilled blacksmiths and a guy with all the materials and equipment to move to the mountain. Don't worry, these are all minor issues. Li Shimin patted Zhong Feng's shoulder and sat down with satisfaction. Fengzi, I know your ability. As for the blacksmiths, I will naturally hire the best, but you have to keep this matter in mind. This is money. Once you make it and I present it to Lord Zhongsun, you will be rich. Now that the border is not peaceful, if this thing can be used in the army, won't you become a great hero of the Tang dynasty? When the time comes, won't it be easy for you to be promoted to nobility? Don't you want to be an official in the court? When the time comes and the emperor summons you, won't you? Li Shimin became more and more excited as he spoke. Zhong Feng's interest was piqued. He couldn't help but imagine. Yes. How could I forget about this? If the emperor, then I will be able to be an official in the court soon, won't I? However, thinking about it, it was still very good. Zhong Feng still had self-awareness about this. If he could meet with Li Shimin, he would have come to find him a long time ago. Li Shimin's character of opening up avenues of communication and accepting talents. As for the delay until now, he also knew that the emperor didn't come because of Guanlong's influence in the court. His influence in the court was still very strong. If he went, they didn't dare to do it openly. But who could guarantee that they would do it secretly? Therefore, with this thought, Zhong Feng couldn't help but want to get the gun out. Not for anything else, but if he could make a gun, then wouldn't he be able to make a pistol after a period of training? When the time came, he would get 2 concealed pistols and a bulletproof vest. What was there to be afraid of? He would just go straight to the point. When the time came, it would be time to settle the score. As long as he gave the emperor a bulletproof vest or a bulletproof vest and a pistol when he entered the court, even if he didn't dare to think about it, he should at least be able to become the Grand Secretary, right? Who would dare to oppose? Lao Tzu shot him dead. Who would know that it was Lao Tzu who did it? At this moment, Zhong Feng couldn't sit still and asked, Lao Li, immediately go down the mountain and find me the best blacksmith. No matter how good his blacksmithing skills are, his forging and smelting skills must be good. Seeing Zhong Feng like this, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel relieved. This time, he finally dragged Zhong Feng into the water. As long as this kid set his mind on it, no matter how they changed these battles, they couldn't stop him. The Tang dynasty would definitely win. Okay. I'll do it right away. By the way, do you need anything? For example, oars or something like that. Hearing Li Shimin's words, Zhong Feng patted his head and hurriedly wrote down a list of materials on a piece of paper. He handed it to Li Shimin and asked, "These materials can be delivered later, but the smelting furnace must be delivered first. As for the oars, just give me some scrap iron." Li Shimin was stunned. Scrap iron? Are you sure? Chapter 744. Li Shimin hurriedly left. He was puzzled. He could not understand why Zhong Feng needed to smelt the firearms. However, he could guess that the materials used to smelt the invincible spear would be used. However, why did he need iron? Moreover, it was scrap iron. After Li Shimin left, Zhong Feng instantly fell into deep thought. Regarding this kind of smelting technique, especially the method of smelting steel, many different methods instantly appeared in Zhong Feng's mind. However, he rejected many of them. Although there were many methods, many of the materials could not be realized in this era. However, in the end, Zhong Feng thought of an indigenous method of smelting steel. It seemed that it could really be done in this era for him. Zhong Feng could not help but hurriedly record down the process according to the things he remembered in his mind. Dean, something has happened. Something big has happened. However, after an unknown period of time, Jiao Khan's voice urgently sounded from outside the room. In an instant, Zhong Feng's brush trembled and the brush instantly pierced the paper. Upon hearing this, Zhong Feng's expression changed. He angrily opened the door and asked, "What happened?" "The paper mill. The paper mill is out. It's white, like snow." Jiao Khan seemed very agitated. He was so agitated that he could not even speak properly. His face had turned dark purple. Upon hearing this, Zhong Feng was stunned and instantly became ecstatic. Go, let's go to the paper mill immediately." Zhong Feng did not care about anything else. He hurriedly passed Jiao Khan and ran away. When Zhong Feng ran away, the patrolling Wei Shuyu, Li Chengqian, and Dugo could not help but stare at Zhong Feng. When the emperor went in and came out, they had all watched with their own eyes and did not dare to ask. They were even thinking about when to ask Fengzi about what the two of them had talked about. But he didn't expect that this big black guy would send Fengzi down the mountain in a hurry. The three of them couldn't help but be shocked. They put down the work in their hands and hurriedly ran down the mountain. The old village chief, who was paying attention to Zhong Feng's door in the kitchen, saw this and angrily stomped his feet and roared, "Bad news, Fengzi was tricked by bad people again. Quick, all of you, follow him and see. You, Zhuzi's father, carry me on your back. I'll go take a look too. Remember to copy your weapons." "All right." When everyone heard this, they didn't dare to delay any longer. They hurriedly threw down the fragrant braised meat that was boiling in the pot and ran away with the porridge, leaving behind a group of women and children who were pointing at their backs and muttering, "Oh, look at Fengzi, this silly boy. If I were a man, I would tie his head to my leg. He is a good person, but isn't this too much? Serves him right for being sold off and still helping count the money, isn't that so? This silly kid, not only did he give away 20,000 dans of grain for free, he even gave them money. What kind of logic is this? Logically speaking, these ingrates are really too much. They have already eaten for so long, yet they still haven't left and are pestering us on the mountain." Zhong Feng didn't know about these matters. If he knew, he would just chuckle. With the women's vision, how could they see Zhong Feng's plan? Just as everyone was discussing, Zhong Feng rode down Xiao Mountain on his mule and killed his way to the front of the paper-making workshop in the mountain valley. At this time, even before he entered the paper-making workshop, he could see a field of white things that covered the entire flat ground in front of the paper-making workshop. At the edge of the bamboo garden, someone had set up densely packed scaffolding. Pieces of paper swayed in the wind, showing off their unique profoundness. At this time, everyone in the workshop had stopped working. Everyone looked at the pieces of white paper as if they were treasures. Even if a worm was attracted by this unfamiliar white color, it would be chased and beaten to death by these fellows. This was even more affectionate than their own sons. Qian Wanli was like a local tycoon. He sat at the entrance of the courtyard with a broom in his hand like a general. Every time he passed by someone, He would sweep that person's body. He would only allow people to touch those papers after he had swept away all the fleas in that person's hair. Who didn't know how precious paper was if they could make paper? Not to mention this kind of thing that was more precious than rice paper. Chen Wanli treasured it even more than his own life. And at this time, a mule's neighing instantly attracted everyone's attention. Other than their dean, there was no one else who could ride a mule. On this mountain, there was an unwritten rule that the dean did not know how to ride a horse. Therefore, the craftsman made a large frame for him and placed it on a docile mule, just like Zhong Feng's armchair. Other than him, no one else was allowed to ride the mule. Why? Because it was easy to recognize. When they saw Zhong Feng coming, everyone hurriedly stood at the entrance of the paper-making workshop as if they were waiting for an inspection. They stared at Zhong Feng with red eyes. Jumping off the mule, Zhong Feng didn't have time to chat with Chen Wanli and hurriedly wanted to see his treasure. However, he was stopped by Chen Wanli. Wait, clean yourself first before you go in. Chapter 745. Zhong Feng was speechless. He could only roll his eyes and let Chen Wanli do as he pleased. However, Chen Wanli wanted to remove Zhong Feng's hairpin, which made Zhong Feng furious. Is there a need for this? Isn't it just a few pieces of lousy paper? Who gave you this rule? You even dare to be Laro Tzu? Chen Wanli's face turned red. However, he still argued, Dean, you don't know. This paper, stop nagging me. If you continue nagging, do you believe that I will make you pick up feces right now? You're revolting. Abolish this rule for me, but you still have to pay attention to hygiene. Those who enter this place must be neatly dressed, clean, and leave no traces on their hands before they can enter. Do you all remember that? Who the F***ck dares to dig their nose for raw paper? If I find out, I'll throw them off the mountain. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard that. They hurriedly raised their hands for Zhong Feng to check. However, how could Zhong Feng care about that? He picked up a piece of paper, looked at it carefully, and smelled it. Not bad. This was the smell. This was the color. The paper was very soft. It was not as tall and straight as the paper of the future. This was because of the fiber. Paper without fiber was so soft. However, this was not important. When the paper was placed under the sun, it did not have the fluffy feeling. It blended perfectly with the birch tree's resin. This was very good. However, the only thing lacking in beauty was that there was no bleaching powder. There was no way to bleach it. There were still some tiny black spots on the paper, as well as some things that belonged to the plants. Zhong Feng pointed at the black spots and those things on the paper. He then described them to Chen Wanli in detail. This thing, I won't say anything else. Take a look, what is this thing? I've told you before that this thing must be well protected. Don't let it be contaminated with dust. Remember that when this pulp enters the final stage of forming, you must use the best gauze to filter out the impurities. Otherwise, this thing can't even be sold at the price of straw paper, let alone compare with rice paper. We are all members of the academy. We will need and use these things in the future. Think about it. If you become rich in the future and your calligraphy is passed down, your descendants will point at the black spot on the paper and ask, isn't this paper made by you? Why are there these things on it? I'm asking you, aren't you ashamed? Do you still want the face of White Deer College? Under Zhong Feng's scolding, everyone's eyes turned red and they lowered their heads. Some of them even pinched the ears of the people around them and scolded them. Chen Wanli was so anxious that he almost cried. When Zhong Feng saw that the scolding was about done, he patted Chen Wanli's shoulder and said, however, it's your credit to be able to make paper in 3 days. After all, this is your first time. I won't punish you this time, but you must remember that the paper has to be as clean as possible, just like people. This is also the principle of White Deer College. People don't need to be smart, but they must be clean. This paper is the same, understand? Damn, Fengzi, you're awesome. However, the reply to Zhong Feng was a sentence that spoiled the mood. Zhong Feng instantly glared at Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo scratched his head embarrassedly and pointed behind him. If you want to throw a tantrum, look for this old, the old village chief. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, Cheng Chumo and the others walked around the paper-making workshop with their arms around each other's shoulders. That King Du Go even tried to stuff paper into his arms in front of everyone. Du Da Bing, if you dare to steal again, Laro Tsu will kill you. Zhong Feng couldn't bear to watch any longer. He roared at the top of his lungs. As expected, the old village chief, who was trembling as he stared at the paper and his eyes were about to pop out, suddenly leaned on his walking stick and roared, "Which shameless person dares to steal? Find the person from Tonghui workshop and drown him in a pig cage." Du Go's expression changed drastically. He dared to act arrogantly in front of Zhong Feng, but in front of these uncouth people, he was afraid. If these people were to cause trouble, even the government wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Du Go could only embarrassedly throw the paper out before the people from Tonghui workshop arrived. Only then did they give up. The old village chief personally picked up the paper that Du Go threw on the ground. His whole body was trembling. "Evil creature, you've sinned." Old man remembers that rice paper costs 1,000 copper coins per catty. "How much is this?" As he spoke, the old village head's wrinkled fingers picked up the paper and weighed it in his hand. "This is at least 2 or 3 taels. Kid, come, pay up. This belongs to Tong Hui Fang. If you don't pay up today, I will drag you to the authorities." A few hundred copper coins. It may not be much in your eyes, but you know, in the eyes of poor people like us, this is a year's harvest. Are you going to waste it? Du Go and the others' eyes bulged. "No way, this belongs to Feng Zi, right? We were just joking with Feng Zi. You all know that Feng Zi and I are brothers." "What do I know? I only know that brothers should settle accounts clearly. Feng Zi is still young. If he is fooled by you all like this, he will get into trouble sooner or later. Today, I will use my status as the village chief of Tonghui Workshop to announce that I will temporarily help Feng Zi manage everything on Xiao Mountain. Don't even think about cheating Feng Zi of a single copper coin." Chapter 746. Zhong Feng did not expect this either. He hurriedly said, "Old village chief, please take a rest. This is nothing. Isn't it just a piece of paper? I'm just opening." "Opening what?" The old village chief glared and used his walking stick to poke Zhong Feng's chest a few times. As he poked, he said, "See for yourself. Do you want me to find the old Shiotsai to look after you now, or do you want us to gather the money and bring the young lady of the Zhong family up the mountain? Or do you want us to look after the house for you for the time being? This prodigal son of a bitch. How can you throw away something that costs a few hundred copper coins just like that? Even if the heavenly King Laro Tsu comes today, you can't not pay up." Zhong Feng was dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. Li Chengqian, Wei Shuyu and the others were also dumbfounded. It was fine when they were quarreling before, but what was this old man doing today? Cough, cough. "Old village chief, we definitely have to give you the money. This is a big pie, wrong. But please don't lower yourself to our level. We don't know any better. Please bear with us. But we are discussing something important. Can you?" Li Chengqian showed his refined side and said a few words to the old man. Only then did the old village chief calm down. But looking at the yard full of paper, his turbid eyes were full of stars. This was all King money. How much money was this? "From today onwards, this paper mill belongs to Tong Hui Fang. Without our permission, no one is allowed to come in." Li Chengqian and the others were not the only ones who did not expect this. Even Zhong Feng did not expect this. The corner of his mouth twitched. He signaled Zhu Zi's father with his eyes and asked, "Old man, what's the matter?" Zhu Zi's father sighed and said, "Isn't this because of you? No one said anything when you opened an academy on this mountain. But you also realized that when you said you were going to open an academy, no one paid attention to you. Didn't you realize anything?" Zhong Feng's head shook like a rattledrum. How would he know this? "This is because you ruined an immortal. Look at what you're doing. What is this? This is something that only a prodigal would do. Have you ever dreamed that your family's immortal would crawl out of his grave and scold you?" "I want to." Zhong Feng shrugged. Zhu Zi's father continued, "Last time when you had diarrhea, we wanted to think of a way for you. Look at that wine, that meat, that. Zhu Zi's father recounted every single one of the things that Zhong Feng had done as if he knew his family's treasures. It almost made Zhong Feng wonder if the usually honest and stoic Zhu Zi's father had been changed. Why did he start talking so much? Look at what you've done. You've given away 20,000 dans of grain for nothing. Even if you've been conferred a title, it's useless. Have you ever thought about it? If your family's foundation is gone, what will the academy rely on in the future? Look at your Baijiu, we all treated it like a treasure and hid it away. But that damn bastard old Li, he directly took away your family heirloom. Now you know why the old village chief went crazy. Why did he do that? He's afraid that your family's immortal will look for him at night. That's what we all mean. No matter what you do in the future, you have to go through us first. We'll be your housekeeper. Or I'll go down the mountain and carry Miss Zhong up for you. You choose. Zhong Feng was dumbfounded. So it was like this. But Zhong Feng also wanted to slap himself. Why did he scare people last time? Now it's fine. Old village chief, look at this matter. Fine, then I'll have to trouble you to worry about me in the future. As the saying goes, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Zhong Feng's family passed away early, but today I have you as my family. It's God's blessing. Under the threat of the old village chief's marriage contract, Zhong Feng became more and more terrified. Wasn't it just a housekeeper? This was good. Otherwise, those damn fellows would try to trick him every time they came. It was impossible to guard against them. Now that he had the old village chief, after settling the old village chief's matter, Zhong Feng clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, come here. I'll announce something today. From today onwards, the old village chief has the right to decide the income and expenditure of the paper mill. No matter what expenditure it is, it has to be approved by him. You all understand?" Qian Wanli still hadn't reacted and nodded in a daze. Seeing that everyone agreed, the old village chief treasured the white paper and shouted, "God has opened his eyes." While trembling, he escorted everyone to the temple to burn incense. Only then did everyone take a deep breath. "Feng, are you really going to hand such a huge business to an outsider?" Li Chengqian was a little confused. Zhong Feng smiled as he looked at the old village chief. He shook his head and said, "No, they are my family. It's been a long time since I felt like home." Zhong Feng's eyes were a little moist. He waved his hand and said, "It's been hard on all of you today. Let's go and drink. There's enough wine and meat today." Chapter 747. In front of the barbecue stall at the entrance of the food factory, Zhong Feng drank one can of bamboo beer after another. He wanted to get drunk, but he didn't know what was wrong with the beer today. He just couldn't get drunk. In this foreign land, Zhong Feng suddenly felt the taste of home. That's right. It was the taste of home. Ever since he went to university, he had never heard his mother's nagging, his father's scolding, or his grandfather's concern. At this time, when he looked back, it turned out that the simple people in Tonghui Lane had already treated him like family. Every time something happened to him on the mountain or when he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, he didn't know how many pairs of caring eyes stared at him in the dark. What was this? This was the care of a family. For the first time, Zhong Feng felt that his life was so complete. Laro Li and the others were Zhong Feng's brothers. They were also the first friends that Zhong Feng made when he was at his most helpless in the Tang dynasty. Later, Laro Li introduced him to a large number of friends and brothers. Later, he met Jing Shu at Yang Lai restaurant. What was this? This was a confidant. Later, he met the mysterious old scholar who cared for him like a grandfather. Later, he was willing to use his precious jade pendant as a betrothal gift and arranged a marriage for him. What was this? This was caring. At this time, Zhong Feng understood why these people were so anxious to arrange blind dates for him. It was because they felt that Zhong Feng was too lonely. And, he drank a big mouthful of beer. Zhong Feng's eyes were wet. Li Chengqian and the others also saw that Zhong Feng was not right at this time. So, although everyone was drinking, no one dared to breathe loudly. Everyone looked at Zhong Feng worriedly. They also knew that Zhong Feng should be thinking of his home that had disappeared in the landslide. No matter who it was, they would feel lonely. Even they would sometimes feel lonely in the midst of the hustle and bustle. Humans had feelings. They would all feel lonely. They always saw Zhong Feng with a sinister smile on his face. Who knew if he would cry in the middle of the night? If you want to cry, just cry. Li Chengqian patted Zhong Feng's shoulder. Zhong Feng took a deep breath with reddened eyes and glared at the crowd. Who the F***ck said that Lao Tzu cried? Come, let's drink. Lao Tzu didn't cry. Lao Tzu is thinking about how to sell these papers. Zhong Feng's excuse, which didn't sound like an excuse, made everyone sigh helplessly. Li Chengqian bumped his bamboo tube against Zhong Feng's and asked, "Didn't you promise to give this paper to Mr. Bosha? Don't tell me you want to sell it." "No." Zhong Feng smacked his lips and said, "There's something wrong with this paper. I won't give it to him for the time being." "Qian Wanli, let me ask you. According to the improvement method I just mentioned, when will the second batch of paper be ready tomorrow?" Qian Wanli stood up and bowed. "If we rush the work tonight, we will be able to finish it by tomorrow noon or by the evening at the latest. And it's about 500 catties. Good." Zhong Feng clapped his hands and said, "If you can finish 500 catties before dark tomorrow, each of you will be rewarded with 100 copper coins." Everyone was overjoyed. They all stood up and thanked him. Li Chengqian hurriedly asked, "Then this batch of paper, are you planning to sell it? If you are selling it, I want to buy it." Li Chengqian knew very well what this paper meant. He wanted to be the first to own it, and then, however, Zhong Feng flatly rejected Li Chengqian. "No, I have great use for this paper. It's not for sale." "Not for sale?" Cheng Chumo and the others scratched their heads and looked at Zhong Feng curiously. Zhong Feng said, "You all know that this is how the previous products became popular, right? Momentum." The few of them instantly understood. Yes, it's momentum. Right now, all the paper in the market is from the Ministry of Works. There are very few commoners who can afford paper, especially Shen paper, which is worth 1,000 copper coins. If we want our paper to be noticed, the first thing we have to do is to let people know that White Deer College has paper. And it's white paper which is better and cheaper than Shen paper. This is the only way to take advantage of the remaining popularity of the braised meat and raise the reputation of White Deer College in the hearts of the commoners. This time, it's the landowning households who can afford and need paper. Hearing this, Li Chengqian's eyes flashed with astonishment. He asked, "How much are you going to sell this paper for? You also know that those who can afford to use this thing are aristocratic households and those scholars. By literature, at least it's by literature." Zhong Feng raised a finger and said, "What? Only 100 copper coins?" Cheng Chumo's loud voice instantly exclaimed. Not only did the people here hear it, even the people at the entrance of the food factory turned to look. Zhong Feng glared at Cheng Chumo and said, "Why don't you see how much this thing can be produced in a day? How much paper was produced today?" Qian Wanli hurriedly said, 300 catties. We produced 300 catties today." Zhong Feng said indifferently, "Yes, 300 catties, and we can produce 500 catties tomorrow. In the future, as long as the technology is mature, this workshop of 30 people can guarantee at least 500 catties of paper every day. Think about it, what will happen if there's more paper? Everyone says that paper is expensive in Chang'an. Lao Tzu wants everyone to be able to afford paper. Lao Tzu wants to slap those self-proclaimed land-owning households in the face. What about it?" Chapter 748. Crazy. Damn it. Fengzi must be crazy. What a good paper. Others might not know the material of rice paper. However, Li Chengqian and the others knew that although the rice paper was coated with a layer of wax, it was still yellow and impure. It wasn't as pure as the white paper. But even so, not many people could afford to use it. On the one hand, it was because of the paper-making technique. On the other hand, the production was too small. The production of rice paper in Zhong Feng's day was more than that in Chang'an in a month. What did that mean? It was simply intolerable. And now, those aristocratic families valued their prestige based on their collection of books. Why? One book cost 1,000 tubes of money. How much money would it cost to be learned? Once the price of the paper was cheaper, the weight of these aristocratic families, wouldn't it become lighter? What would they do? This was simply something that only a lunatic would dare to do. But, for the 4 great devils of Chang'an City, this was interesting enough. Lunatic, don't forget about us for such a fun thing. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring the paper to Chang'an City and stir up trouble for him. Just tell him what kind of tricks you want to play. Leave the rest to us. Cheng Chumo and the others were scrambling to do this thing. Qian Wanli and the others twitched their mouths and hurriedly distanced themselves from Cheng Chumo and the others. It seemed that these people at this time had regained the prestige of the 4 great devils of Chang'an. But when Zhong Feng heard this, he really thought of an idea. He waved his hand and asked Qian Wanli to come over. Then the 7 of them gathered together and said, I have an idea. Listen to me. I want to hear it too. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. Zhong Feng could not help but be stunned for a moment before he remembered that there was still Jiao Khan standing at the side. He speechlessly waved his hand and pointed to a pot of braised pig head meat at the side. Go get me some meat and wine. You can't go on this matter. Oh. Upon hearing this, Jiao Khan gave a muffled oh. He sat by the side, ignoring the hostile gazes of the young students from the paper-making workshop. He hugged the pig's head meat and chewed on it. Zhong Feng heaved a sigh of relief. What a joke. If he were to let this guy go, in less than a quarter of an hour, the original words would be tricked out of him. Being too honest was sometimes a good thing, but sometimes it was a fatal existence. Let me tell you, this matter, in the afternoon in Chang'an, although it was almost the beginning of autumn, it was still stuffy and hot. After lunch, the people who were bored out of their minds gathered by the river or under the big willow tree to talk about trivial matters. The most popular place, especially for the poor, was undoubtedly the tea house. Usually, for 1 copper coin, one could order a pot of tea, some snacks, and sit for an entire day. One could even listen to the storyteller talk from the south to the north. As for the poor, they had nothing to do. They just put their hands into their sleeves and squatted in a corner. If they met a familiar waiter, they could even get a bench to sit on. The free songs and the storyteller's saliva were their main sources of understanding the country's affairs. It was the same today. Everyone listened to the storyteller's story. If it was boring, everyone would stop and gossip. If it was exciting, everyone would praise each other. At this moment, after the storyteller finished his plain story, he slapped the wooden board and said, The reason why I'm telling this story today is to broaden everyone's horizons. Everyone, take a look at what this is. As he spoke, the storyteller suddenly raised his voice. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he took out a folded, white, square object from his inner shirt. In an instant, everyone's eyes were hooked. The storyteller dipped his finger on his lips and then carefully unfolded the snow-white object. In the next moment, under everyone's curious gaze, the storyteller unfolded the object that was the size of a table and asked mysteriously, Everyone, take a guess. What is this? Everyone couldn't help but be interested. Even the officials and nobles on the 2nd floor occasionally poked their heads to take a look. Could this be a kind of cloth from the western regions? No, this doesn't look like cloth. What is this thing? Could it be paper? Nonsense. Have you ever seen paper that is white? And it's so thin. How does it look like paper? Then, Blind Liu, what is this thing? The storyteller stroked his beard. Although he was blind, his eyes, which were covered with white things, were still staring at the people on the 2nd floor. Seeing that no one asked, he said calmly, You may not believe it. Although this old man has an eye disease, this old man has seen rice paper before. But today, this old man saw this with a child in Tonghui Fang. As he spoke, the storyteller raised the white object in his hand and then shouted excitedly, What is this? You must have never seen it in your entire life. Today, this old man will show you what this is. As he spoke, the storyteller slowly grabbed the white object and gently tore it along one side. Poochie. Chapter 749. The storyteller hissed very, very slowly. It was almost as if he was tearing it bit by bit. At this moment, the people on the 2nd floor could no longer sit still. Although Blind Sun had mentioned rice paper earlier, when he took out this thing now, Many people couldn't help but have a strange thought in their hearts when they heard the sound. Could it be that this was paper? Finally, more and more people on the second floor stuck their heads out of the railing and watched the storyteller tear things apart. Blind son, is the thing in your hand paper? Finally, a person on the second floor asked indifferently. When the storyteller heard this, he heaved a deep sigh of relief and immediately stopped tearing. He cupped his fists in the direction of the person who spoke and said, "This master is right. This is paper." "What? Impossible. How can paper be so thin? So white? Nonsense, it's simply nonsense. Blind son, could it be that you're so old that you can't even recognize paper? By the way, you're blind. How would you know what paper is?" The storyteller couldn't sit still anymore. He shouted coldly, "Master, you might have misunderstood me. This old man's ancestors were all important officials in the imperial court for 3 generations. In terms of family background, I'm afraid you're not as good as me, you." The storyteller said proudly, although this old man suffered from an eye disease at the age of 30 and had no choice but to leave home to make a living, why would you be here today to listen to this old man talk about important matters? If you don't believe me, you can come and verify it. If I'm lying, I'll bang my head against the wall and die here today. Blind son's voice was very loud. Those who could come here, or rather, those who were regular customers, more or less knew some things. Blind son's background was really not simple. If he wasn't blind, he would have cut off contact with his family and wandered alone in order not to affect the Sun family's reputation. The people on the second floor just now seemed to have touched Blind son's reverse scale, which was why Blind son was so agitated. When Blind son's voice fell, the entire tea house instantly fell into a dead silence. Cough, cough. I can verify what elder son said. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can come upstairs and argue with me. And at this moment, on the highest floor of the tea house, a crisp female voice that could captivate one's soul suddenly sounded. Regardless of whether it was the people on the second floor or the people on the first floor, when they heard this, everyone instantly stood up regardless of what they were doing. They cupped their fists and bowed from the third floor. There was no other way. This person's identity was even more terrifying. Everyone only knew that this woman came from the palace, but no one knew her name or her identity. The only thing that made this place famous was that there was once a second-rank official who came here to cause a ruckus. In the end, his legs were broken and he was dragged out. The next day, when everyone thought that this tea house was going to be in trouble, they were shocked to find that the second-rank official and his family of 27 people were all kneeling in front of the tea house to beg for forgiveness. Thus, the reputation of the tea house instantly spread throughout Chang'an City. Some said that the owner of the tea house was Princess Xiaoning. Some people even said that this tea house belonged to the Empress. Others said that it belonged to the Crown Prince. In any case, there were all kinds of rumors. In short, the owner of the tea house did not say anything. No one dared to cause trouble again. Do you think the 4 great demon kings of Chang'an City are powerful? However, such powerful people did not even enter the tea house. What did that mean? If there was such a mysterious place in other places, the 4 great demon kings would not let it go if they did not flatten it and find out what was going on. But here, every time, they would take a detour as if they were thin air. What did that mean? At this moment, everyone saw that the mysterious woman on the third floor had spoken. How could they doubt her? Blind son cupped his fists at the woman on the third floor. Then, he pointed at the paper in his hand and tore it into strips with a ruler. Then, he rolled them into balls and threw them out. No one understood what he was doing. However, they still picked up the balls. However, when they held them in their hands, they could not help but be in an uproar. This is paper. It's paper. Oh my God. It's really paper. Where did this paper come from? Blind son, this paper. When everyone excitedly unfolded the paper balls and looked at the storytelling table, they saw that Blind son had already disappeared without a trace. The people on the second floor could not sit still anymore. They urged the servants to grab some paper and bring it up. In the next moment, the quiet second floor suddenly burst into a burst of exclamations. Paper. That's really paper. How can there be such paper in this world? Oh my God. Could it really be from Tubo? No, did you notice the place that Blind Sun mentioned just now? What place? At this moment, not only the people on the second floor, but also the people on the first floor held their breaths. After a moment of silence, that person said word by word, Tong Hui Fang. In an instant, everyone understood. That's right. Blind Sun seemed to have mentioned Tong Hui Fang just now. And he said that he got it from 2 children? Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. Chapter 750. The market in Tong Hui Fang was very empty. Compared to other markets, it was as if there was no one there at all. Not to mention the vendors, there were not even many children playing here. Everyone knew that the people in Tong Hui Fang had gone to Xiao Mountain to make a fortune. Therefore, why would these profit-seeking businessmen come here? But today, Tong Hui Fang was very popular. No one knew who had suddenly appeared in Tong Hui Lane with a piece of paper that no one had ever seen before. Moreover, it spread rapidly in Chang'an City like a single spark starting a prairie fire. At first, people could see some of these papers in Finger Tea House and Tavern. But after a while, some women and children appeared on the streets of Tong Hui Fang. They carried bamboo baskets in their hands and gave the people they saw a piece of white paper. Paper was very rare. After all, ordinary people would not have seen this kind of thing before. Even if it was 100 copper coins per catty, they would rarely use it, let alone 1,000 copper coins per catty. But today, something strange happened. No one knew where this person came from, but he actually gave away a kind of white paper that no one had ever seen before. At first, everyone thought that it was a good thing from the western region. But slowly, they realized that on the bottom right corner of the paper, there were 4 small characters, White Deer College. When they saw these words, everyone was stunned. They were all stunned. Could it be that these white papers were made by the people from White Deer College? Everyone had this suspicion in their hearts. The women and children who gave out the paper ignored them and continued to walk along Tong Hui Fang to the Eastern Market. Come. Don't miss this chance. Where can you find good white paper? Come and take a look, all of you. Do you want free white paper? More and more people gathered as the shouts rang out. Nyo Weili from the Chang'an Yamen also received a piece of white paper. He frowned as he stared at the small characters of White Deer College and muttered, could it be that this paper was made by Lord Zhong? Ever since Zhong Feng had come, Nyo Weili had been the focus of everyone's attention on Zhong Feng. It couldn't be helped. Every inch of land in Chang'an City was worth its weight in gold. Maybe you could meet someone you couldn't afford to offend. Of course, this Zhong Feng was someone Nyo Weili couldn't afford to offend. After Zhong Feng went to Mount Xiao, Nyo Weili paid special attention to his every move. Every time something happened from Xiao Mountain, Nyo Weili would have the illusion that the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. If it were anyone else, they would have already been beheaded by the authorities. However, on the second day, a lot of braised meat appeared in Chang'an City. Moreover, it was pork. This kind of braised meat did not have a fishy smell. Instead, it was soft, glutinous, fragrant, and delicious, making people unable to stop eating. After that, the great scholars came to visit, the 3 generals came together, and the properties of those nobles in Chang'an City were all replaced by this braised meat shop. Every time Nyo Weili heard about it, his heart would tremble a little. But now, this Lord Zhong actually fiddled with this thing again and again in such a short time. What is he trying to do? Can't he let people live in peace? Nyo Weili suddenly felt that he couldn't stay in the county government of Chang'an City anymore. Every 2 or 3 days, Lord Zhong would give him a wave of unexpected things. How can he let people live in peace? Nyo Weili gently rubbed the paper on his face. Then, he wanted to write something. But after thinking about it, he finally changed to the smallest pen and wrote Nyo Weili's name on the corner of the white paper. Nyo Weili couldn't sit still after comparing it with the previous rice paper. Whether it was the ability of the paper to absorb ink or something else, it was 100 times better than rice paper. After writing on rice paper, it would take at least 10 minutes to dry it. But what about this white paper? It would only take a few breaths of time to completely dry it. Guards! Guards! Send someone here! In Nyo Weili's hurried shout, The guard stumbled into Nyo Weili's bedroom. "Sir, what's the matter? Quickly go and get all the paper from the people on the street who give this kind of paper to me. If there's no other way, buy their paper with money." The guards couldn't help but look bitter when they heard this. He took out a few neatly folded pieces of paper from his arms and said, "Sir, I've asked around. Those papers, no matter how much money you give them, they won't sell them." "What? They won't sell them? How can there be idiots in this world who don't want to make money?" Nyo Weili was confused. The guard said even more bitterly, "Sir, you don't know. Even if the teachers from the Imperial College came in person, those pedantic women wouldn't sell them at all. There was such a saying." What was this for? Such good paper. Suddenly, Nyo Weili seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly took off his official robe and asked hurriedly, "How many of those people sent the paper? Where are they now?" "I'm not sure. At first, there were only a dozen people. But now, they're basically everywhere in Chang'an City. Moreover, there are dozens of people lining up at the entrance of Mingda Anhua Chixia in Chang'an City. They're all sent to people who enter and leave the city. Now, carriages and horses can't pass through the city gate." Chapter 751. Nyo Weili almost fainted when he heard that. Regarding this matter, he was certain that this young marquis must have made a move. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do such a foolish thing. How could he give away such good paper just like that? If his head wasn't clamped by a door, then he must have been provoked. Otherwise, he absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. Go. What are you waiting for? Go to the city gates." Nyo Weili could not sit still any longer. He rushed out of the residence. The group of Yamen runners also hurriedly ran out. Each of them held a piece of paper in their hands as if it were a treasure. Don't underestimate the paper in their hands, which was only the size of a book. If they met someone who needed it, this piece of paper could be exchanged for a day's worth of food. That was scary enough. They also wanted to follow Nyo Weili to take a look. It would be best if they could get some benefits at the same time. At this moment, the commotion at the city gates was even worse than the market. Everyone was talking about their heads and tiptoeing as they looked at the city gates. Some of them had snatched a piece of paper and were happily showing it off. The rest were even more anxious. They had no choice. There was only so much paper, but there were so many people. Although many of them were there to join in the fun and to see who was the person who dared to do such a wasteful thing, they did not dare to do it. At this moment, a carriage with a white veil carved with cloud patterns slowly appeared on the suspension bridge of the illustrious Virtue Gate. When the carriage crossed the moat, it could not move. In front of the carriage were countless people who had gambled. Even the merchants left one person behind to look after the carriage. The rest of them all rushed into the city gates, as if something terrible had happened in the city. "Tong, what's going on in front? Why is it so noisy at the gate?" In the carriage, Ouyang Zun asked calmly. The boy beside the carriage tiptoed to take a look and said, "I don't know, but something seems to have happened. Let me go and take a look." "This is Mr. Ouyang's carriage?" At this moment, the guards at the city gate finally noticed the unusual carriage and cried out in surprise. In an instant, everyone who heard this name shuddered. The merchants at the outermost circle hurriedly turned around and made way. They even bowed and saluted. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" The boy imitated Ouyang Zun's tone and pointed at the guard who was taller than him. The city gate guard who was questioned hurriedly said, "I don't know what happened today. Some women suddenly appeared in the city. They were holding a kind of white paper that had never been seen before. They gave it to everyone they saw. Now, these people have gathered at the city gate. We can't drive them away. More and more people are coming to Chang'an City after hearing the news." The guard hurriedly explained the matter from the beginning to the end. The boy looked at him suspiciously and pointed to an old merchant who was kneeling beside him, who was old enough to be his grandfather, and asked, "Tell me, is what he said true?" Replying to little brother, it's true. Look, these are the 2 pieces of paper that I just got. If you need it, I can give one to Mr. Ouyang." Before he finished speaking, the boy impatiently took the 2 pieces of paper from his hand. When the boy saw the paper, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly handed the paper into the sedan. In the sedan, Ouyang Zun squinted his eyes and waved his folding fan. However, all the sounds outside still reached his ears. White paper. Or a group of women giving people away. Preposterous. Doesn't that mean that scholars like us are not even as good as those women and children? Ouyang Zun was angry. What is this? It's not a crime to be rich, but you don't have to use the reputation of all scholars and treasures to exaggerate your attitude of being a nouveau riche, right? White paper. Ouyang Zun took the white paper from the boy, his heart full of disdain. However, the moment the white paper touched his hand, Ouyang Zun's expression changed. He hurriedly unfolded the white paper and looked at it carefully with his turbid eyes. The paper was soft and didn't have the hardness of Xian paper, but it was very soft, like silk. It was thin as a cicada's wing. When placed on the curtain of the sedan, it could faintly shine through. What kind of paper is this? The old man had lived for dozens of years. Why hadn't he heard of this kind of white paper before? Who was the one who did this? Why is it so white? When Ouyang Zun came back to his senses with a series of questions, he couldn't help but be furious. Such good paper was actually being fought over by these commoners like a market. Spoiled. Even he, a great scholar, didn't dare to use Xian paper casually. This thing was more precious than his life. He would only use it as a last resort. However, at this moment, when Ouyang Zun lifted the curtain of the sedan, what did he see? Pairs of sweaty hands were casually dirtying the white paper. Furthermore, someone was actually rubbing it on his dirty face. Ouyang Zun's vision turned black and he almost fainted. Go go go, quickly enter the palace. Boy, immediately, enter the palace. I want to report to the emperor. Chapter 752. In the imperial study, Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, and the others were discussing something around a sand tray. At this moment, Xiao Gizi knocked on the door of the imperial study with a strange look on his face. Your Majesty, Mr. Ouyang requests an audience. Li Shimin and the others were stunned. Mr. Shinben is back. Did he come back for Fengzi? Li Shimin muttered to himself in surprise. Summon him. As he spoke, Li Shimin glanced at the sand tray. Don't worry about other things for now. We just need to create momentum at the front line and create the impression that we are going to do something big. Everyone must be delayed until Fengzi's firearms are produced. Yu Qigong said, Your Majesty, I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen if we surround them without attacking. Today, General Niu Jindar has returned from Tongguan Fortress to Chang'an. Your Majesty, we'll talk about this later. Come with me to meet Mr. Shinben first. Li Shimin was in a good mood. The situation at the border had basically stabilized, and the moment Zhong Feng brought out the whatever gun, it would be the day the Tang army would launch a general attack on India from Chotsi. However, once the Tang dynasty mobilized a large number of military forces to Chotsi city, the people of India would definitely know. Therefore, they would still stubbornly push the front line forward to Zhenla. As long as he was not stupid, he would definitely know the purpose of the Tang army. Li Shimin was not stupid. In fact, he was also a genius at military strategy. When Zhong Feng decided to focus on Chotsi city, Li Shimin and the others had thought of many things. Attacking India was secondary. If they could not defeat them, they would not attack the Turks. It was just a test. They would use the hundreds of thousands of people from the Tang dynasty to test the Turks. If they were not, the war would naturally stop. If they were not, it would take at least 10 days for reinforcements to come back from Zhenla and Tubo. These 10 days were just the time Zhong Feng needed. Li Shimin was confident that he would be able to take control of the battle if he only needed 1,000 of them. Just as Li Shimin sat down on the dragon throne, a furious Ouyang Zun entered the imperial study. The moment he entered, Ouyang Zun's appearance gave everyone a fright. Old man greets your Majesty. Ouyang Zun cupped his fists, still fuming. Li Shimin didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly asked, What happened to Mr. Shinben? Today, the old man was invited by brother Bo Shi to visit his residence as a guest. However, on the way, he encountered a matter that caused the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Therefore, The purpose of the old man entering the palace today is to lodge a complaint against the emperor. Li Shimin couldn't help but smile. Ouyang Zun had been recuperating in Luoyang all these years. On one hand, it was because he was old and Li Shimin wanted him to recuperate. On the other hand, it was mainly because of the problems in the eastern capital. At this time, he was preparing for the matters in the eastern capital. Ouyang Zun happened to be in the Hongwen Guan in Luoyang, so he could take care of him. The matters in the eastern capital had been built since the Sui dynasty. On the one hand, Emperor Yang of Sui wanted to use the waterway to facilitate military operations from the south to the north. It was also at that time that the name of the eastern capital became another name for Luoyang. Some people even jokingly called Chang'an the western capital. Li Shimin naturally knew why he could come back at this time. Mr. Xin Ben, you came back just in time. Later, I will go with you to Mount Xiao. I believe that it will naturally relieve the anger in your heart. Ouyang Zun knew that Li Shimin misunderstood. He thought that Zhong Feng was angry because of the 300,000 pigs that went up the mountain last time. Of course, he was very angry at that time. However, after he tasted the braised meat sent by Yu Shenan and read Yu Shenan's document, he only felt deep shock and mystery in his heart. How could he still be angry? Who would dare to be so considerate of the people? Ouyang Zun cupped his hands and said, "Old man will naturally go to Mount Xiao with your majesty." At this time, Ouyang Zun's face became serious and he said bluntly, "Your majesty, do you still remember why your predecessor died 2 generations ago? Your majesty, you may not know about the system, but Master Fang, Master Wei, and Master Du, you should have seen the extravagance of Emperor Yang of Sui, right? He said that silk and brocade wrapped around trees and laid silk and satin on the road. You all know these. Have you forgotten all these things in the past? Your majesty, don't you remember the lessons of the past?" Speaking of this, he bluntly took out a piece of white paper from his sleeve and slapped it on Li Shimin's table. He said righteously, but when old man came back to the capital, he saw that today's Chang'an was no different from the time when Emperor Yang of Sui died. This year, there were disasters one after another. Your majesty should be devoted to the people. However, in Chang'an City, there was someone who casually let a few women throw this kind of white paper, which is more precious than rice paper, on the street. There was even someone who casually threw it away like a pair of worn-out shoes. This. Who is it? Who dares to be so extravagant and casually throw this paper that is worth thousands of gold? It's as if it's free. Old man hasn't been in Chang'an for a long time. Has Chang'an become so extravagant and wasteful? Your Majesty, today old man wants to sue 3 people. Chapter 753. Li Shimin and the others looked at each other, but in the end, everyone's eyes involuntarily landed on the piece of white paper on the table. The paper was very white. It was so white that everyone wanted to see what material it was made of. However, Li Shimin was stunned by Ouyang Zun's words. He hurriedly picked up the paper and was instantly shocked. He held the paper in his hand and felt the texture of the paper. He couldn't help but say, "This paper should be very expensive, right?" Li Shimin was a little envious. This thing was countless times better than the paper he usually used as tributes. More importantly, this paper was simply indescribable. Even he didn't dare to use Shen paper recklessly. Only when he needed to write an imperial edict would he write it down on the paper and copy it onto the Shen paper. What did this mean? Expensive. Even if he was the emperor, he couldn't bear to waste a piece of Shen paper. However, compared to the Shen paper, Li Shimin had a feeling that the Shen paper was like a child in the marketplace, dirty and dark. However, this piece of white paper was like him, noble and mysterious. Li Shimin slowly unfolded the paper. However, just as he was about to ask Ouyang Zun who he was going to sue, he suddenly saw the bottom right corner of the paper from the corner of his eye. On the top right corner, there were 10 small characters. They were very small, about the size of green beans. The ink was very faint. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't notice it at first glance. More importantly, at this moment, when Li Shimin saw these inconspicuous words, it was as if a heavy hammer had struck his heart. White Deer College? Which bastard secretly came up with this again? Other than Zhong Feng, Li Shimin couldn't imagine a second person who could make this thing. More importantly, it was using such a familiar method. It was difficult for Li Shimin not to be suspicious. Moreover, there was a certificate of White Deer College on the paper. Damn it. With such a good thing, why didn't these little fellows give it to me immediately? Why didn't they give him a heads up? He should be punished. After confirming that this thing was created by Zhong Feng, Li Shimin's heart could not help but calm down. Seeing Ouyang Zun like this, he hurriedly got up and invited Ouyang Zun to sit down before asking, "Mr. Shinben, do you know where this paper came from?" Ouyang Zun was stunned. He was so excited that he forgot to ask about the origin of the paper. At this moment, he was so anxious that he wanted to leave. Li Shimin hurriedly pulled Ouyang Zun back under the astonished gazes of Wei Zheng and the others. "Could it be that your Majesty knows where this paper came from? Tell me, who is it that dares to be so extravagant and wasteful? The old man will definitely ask his disciples to pay him a visit every day." Li Shimin's mouth twitched when he heard this. "Mr. Shinben, don't be impatient. Listen to me slowly. Mr. Shinben, do you know that there is a newly built academy outside Chang'an City?" Ouyang Zun was stunned when he heard this. "Your Majesty, are you talking about White Deer College?" "Yes." Wei Zheng and the others were stunned when they heard this. Could it be that this thing was created by that fellow again? They could not help but rush forward to take a look at the paper. Instantly, they could not remain calm. This really was the work of this fellow. However, when did this happen? Why did they not receive any information about it? However, it was a treasure. This time, this brat had really come up with a good treasure. Ouyang Zun seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Could it be this paper came from that academy?" As he spoke, Ouyang Zun stood up and picked up the paper to take a closer look at the place where everyone else was looking. He really did find a few small characters from White Deer College. Ouyang Zun's expression couldn't help but change. Li Shimin took the opportunity to say, "Mr. Shinben, you may not know this, but this academy can be considered my property. My friend Zhong Feng and I are best friends. I won't talk about what happened before. When the time comes, Mr. Bo Shi will definitely explain it in more detail than me. Mr. Shinben has not been in Chang'an for a long time. I am not very clear about the current situation in the imperial court. Moreover, I did not expect this fellow to do this today. However, I think everything will be clear when you all go up the mountain." Ouyang Zun could not help but widen his eyes. Even the white beard on his chin was trembling. When he heard Li Shimin's words, he could not help but turn pale with fright. "Your Majesty is the father of all. How can you be brothers with common people? This must not be done." In his heart, the emperor should be a high and mighty existence. Even if he wanted to make friends, he should make friends with people from aristocratic families. How could he make friends with those common ruffians? In his heart, when Li Shimin spoke of brothers, he could not help but interpret it as illegitimate children. Ouyang Zun could not help but feel more and more anxious. He said worriedly, "Your Majesty should stop this behavior as soon as possible. Also, Mr. Fang, Mr. Wei, as officials, you should know how to live off the Emperor's salary and worry about the Emperor's worries." How can we?" When Li Shimin heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Shinben may not know this, but everyone here is brothers with that fellow." Chapter 754. Ouyang Zun couldn't understand. First, Li Shimin came to them with 3 poems to inscribe on the board of Chang'an University. Then, for the first time, he heard that Zhong Feng was looking for someone. Then, because of Zhong Feng's talent, Yu Shenan and the others recommended him to be a great Confucian scholar. But then, Zhong Feng's name gradually became more and more well known in the circle. He thought that the emperor had found a talent. Until Yu Shenan came to Chang'an several times to invite him and the others to teach on Xiao Mountain. Only then did Ouyang Zun slowly look at Zhong Feng as if he was looking at a junior. Especially his teaching philosophy and his generosity to save the people in times of danger. He also controlled the food price in Chang'an. Then, he returned to Chang'an. But he encountered the 300,000 pigs on the mountain. Until now. Just what kind of magic did Zhong Feng have to make so many people revolve around him? At this moment, not only Ouyang Zun, even Li Shimin didn't know how to deal with this matter today. This kid had angered everyone. And he had angered a great Confucian scholar like Ouyang Zun. Not only that, Ouyang Zun said that he was extravagant in the imperial study. Wasn't he indirectly scolding Li Shimin? Your Majesty. At this moment, Ouyang Zun said angrily, although Zhong Feng is a brother of your Majesty and the others, and old man doesn't care, but since he is your Majesty's brother, he should be punished severely. This extravagance and White Deer College is your property. Although old man doesn't know, I'm afraid many people in the imperial court know, right? Once this news spreads, the emperor will be blamed for the rise of extravagance. This matter must be punished severely. Such expensive paper. It was so expensive. Moreover, the quality was so good that it was distributed everywhere. To be defiled by people who didn't even know how to read a few big words. What was this? If this was not extravagance, then what was? What did this mean for the literati? This was a slap to the face of the world's literati. Wasn't it saying that the paper that they thought was incomparably precious was in Lao Tzu's hands? Other than rubbing his face and hands, only mud was suitable for him. This was simply playing to the gallery. Ouyang Zun was so excited. Li Shimin also had a headache. Immediately, he bitterly said, I must give Mr. Shin Ben an explanation for this matter. Tomorrow, I will follow Mr. Shin Ben to Xiao Mountain and ask this kid what he wants to do. How is it? Ask him in person? Ouyang Zun was no fool. This was simply avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, all right? Ouyang Zun cupped his fists. He could see that it was useless to say anything. The emperor didn't care. Don't bother, your Majesty. The old man will personally go to Xiao Mountain tomorrow and ask him in person. If he doesn't give the old man a satisfactory explanation, I don't think the literati in the world will tolerate him. While speaking, Ouyang Zun cupped his fists and left angrily. Li Shimin and the others stared at each other for a moment. After a while, Wei Zheng asked with a dignified face, Your Majesty, if Mr. Shin Ben goes to Xiao Mountain, this matter will be completely out of control. It doesn't matter. Li Shimin shook his head with a wry smile. Don't you know this guy? If he doesn't have any ability, would he dare to do this? This kid cares about his life more than anyone else. Hearing this, they couldn't help but understand. The emperor was right. Wasn't this kid trying to find a way to let these people go up the mountain? Why didn't he do it earlier or later? Why did he do it at the gate of Chang'an today when Ouyang Zun returned to Chang'an? This was really something Zhong Feng would do. He just wanted to attract the attention of Ouyang Zun and the others, and then, the more he thought about it, the more bitter Li Shimin's smile became. This kid is really troublesome. I just came down from the mountain and he made such a big trouble for me. I don't know if he did it on purpose or not. Fine. Prime Minister Wei, quickly send someone to inform Mr. Bosha. Let them go up the mountain together tomorrow. It's not convenient for me to go up the mountain, so I'll leave this matter to Mr. Bosha. I understand. But Your Majesty, this paper. Li Shimin looked at the white paper again and couldn't help showing a touch of pain in his eyes. It was such good paper. When he thought about how it was ruined by those people, Li Shimin had the urge to beat them up. He sighed and said, You all go up the mountain tomorrow. Doesn't he know how to make paper? It's not too much to ask for some, right? Such good paper, my study room needs to be constantly prepared. When they heard this, how could they not understand Li Shimin's meaning? His meaning was very clear. He was asking them to go up the mountain tomorrow to ask for the paper, but they also wanted it. Even if they couldn't bear to use it, having it in the study was also a symbol of their status. Even Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin wished they could grow wings and go up to Zhong Feng to snatch all the paper. But this was just a thought. How could Li Shimin be in the mood to continue the discussion? He waved his hand and said, Forget it, all of you are dismissed. Remember tomorrow's matter. Chapter 755. A whole day. The entire Chang'an city went crazy. Especially when some people saw the words White Deer College printed on the paper, they went even crazier. Some people even talked about how Mr. Ouyang Zun, the great scholar of the imperial court, encountered this on his way back to Chang'an. He flew into a rage and hurriedly rushed into the imperial city to report to the emperor. After this, everyone was so shocked that they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. But on the mountain, everything went on as usual. After Cheng Chumo and the others completed Zhong Feng's instructions, how could the 4 great demon kings let go of such an opportunity? One after another, they entered Swallow Descent brothel. Even Qian Wanli, who had been trembling with fear the entire way, wanted to find an excuse to return home, but Cheng Chumo grabbed him by the collar and threw him onto the bed of a Hu woman. He even scared off the Qian family who came to inquire about the news with a glare. On the abandoned mountain, everything went on as usual. The old village chief of Tonghui Fang held a meeting. Everyone agreed that Fengzi's property belonged to Tonghui Fang. Everyone became Zhong Feng's people in the midst of Zhong Feng's shock. Now it's good. Zhong Feng was completely done for. He didn't need to care about anything. The food factory had old He, the kitchen and granary had Juzi's father, and the paper mill was personally managed by the old village chief. Whoever dared to enter would have to go through his blade first. And the farm on the mountain was taken over by Zheng Tufu with a smile. But the most important construction site, no one cared about it. In the morning, no one came to urge Zhong Feng to get up. It wasn't until he was attracted by the smell of meat that Zhong Feng realized that the sun, which he hadn't seen for a long time, had already shone through the window and made his face hurt. And Jiao Khan was still like a wooden stake, standing by Zhong Feng's bed. Even if he was dozing, he still stood there. Through Jiao Khan's sturdy voice, a pot of steaming meat soup had already been placed outside the bedroom. Rubbing his belly, Zhong Feng tiptoed around Jiao Khan and sat in front of the dining table. He looked left and right before sneakily taking out a fist-sized wine jar and taking a sip of wine. Meat is a mixture of pork and muscle. According to Zhong Feng's instructions, the chicken bone soup was boiled. In addition, Zhong Feng and Sun Simiao found a lot of nutritious things in the mountains, as well as some strange things made in Tonghui Fang. Although it looked a little dark, it tasted pretty good. Just as Zhong Feng was gulping down the broth and gnawing on the braised chicken feet, he inadvertently glanced outside the door and found that Hao Chujun and the others were looking around outside. Zhong Feng was amused. "Who's sneaking around? Come in if you have something to say." This voice instantly woke Jiao Khan up. He shouted angrily, "Which thief dares to harm our dean?" Zhong Feng almost spat out the soup in his mouth. He waved his hand and said, "Go out and eat. Don't come in until you're full." "Oh." After Jiao Khan confirmed the identity of Hao Chujun and the others at the door, he slowly slipped away. They were really a little nervous after Jiao Khan's words. Zhong Feng didn't mind. He invited them to eat and drink, but they didn't dare to. Zhong Feng directly asked, "I remember that I said before that you will come to me for lessons every morning and night, right?" "Yes, Dean. What time is it now?" "9 in the morning. Why didn't you wake me up?" This, Hao Chujun was speechless. Lai Ji continued, "Dean, did you forget? Last night, we were ordered by you to observe the veins of nature. We didn't sleep the whole night, but we didn't find anything. We didn't dare to disturb your sleep, so we could only wait at the door. You guys really stared at the sky for the whole night?" Zhong Feng was a little dumbfounded. When they heard that, their faces turned red. Zhong Feng had the urge to bang his head against the wall. "No, when I asked you to observe the veins of nature, I meant for you to comprehend them in your daily lives. What made you stay up? Forget it, forget it. We'll talk about this later. Go back to sleep. You guys can take half a day off today. Fengzi, bad news. Fengzi, bad news." Just as Zhong Feng told them to rest, Mao Lai Lai, who used to sell fermented glutinous rice, rushed into Zhong Feng's room breathlessly. When he saw Zhong Feng eating, he hurriedly stood at the door, scratching his ears and cheeks. After Zhong Feng hurriedly gave them some instructions, Hao Chujun and the others left excitedly, full of gratitude. "Lai Lai Mao, what's wrong? Did you chase your dog out early in the morning?" As he spoke, Zhong Feng called for Lai Lai Mao to come in. "Something happened. I just saw that old guy in the market who went up the mountain before, the one you call Yushanan, and a palanquin, eating a bowl of fermented glutinous rice at my stall. The two old men almost got into an argument. After that, Laro Tsu of the four great demon kings came as well. He's running up the mountain now. From the looks of it, he's here to cause trouble. I didn't even have time to clean up my stall before they went up the mountain. Why don't you hide? Zhong Feng was dumbfounded. His eyes lit up when he saw Jiao Khan gnawing on a pig's skull with relish. Jiao Khan, I have a task for you. And you, Laro Mao, since you're here, can you do me a favor? Lai Lai Mao had a bad feeling about this. Jiao Khan didn't care. He nodded vigorously as he chewed. As he spoke, Zhong Feng straightened Lai Lai Mao's body and compared their heights. He nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. They look exactly the same. Chapter 756. Although Zhong Feng didn't know who they were. Yesterday, he had already spilled 100 pounds of paper to lure some people out. He had achieved his goal. At this moment, he also knew that it wasn't the right time to meet. If he met them now, he would be torn apart by those angry old men. Zhong Feng ran in the direction of the workshop that not many people knew about. At the same time, he heard waves of exclamations from the students at the city gate. He knew that Yu Shenan and the others must have gone up the mountain. At this moment, just as Zhong Feng turned into a mountain pass, Zhong Feng's eyes lit up. At the mountain gate, some sharp-eyed students saw Ouyang Xiu and the others and exclaimed crazily on the mountain. Someone come quickly, where's the dean? Mr. Bo Shu and Mr. Xin Ben have gone up the mountain. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Then, everyone was in an uproar. What? You said that the four great families of Chang'an have gone up the mountain? Is that true? It's true. Look, they're about to go up the mountain. Everyone still didn't believe it. But when they looked around, they found that idiot Wei and the others who were in charge of patrolling were gone. Even if they were close to the outpost, the guards here acted as if they didn't see them. Only then did everyone muster up the courage to climb up the watchtower to take a look. Once they saw it, they couldn't help but exclaim again. Quick! Call the dean, it's really Mr. Bo Shu and the others. I recognize their sedan. They're coming. Quick, call the dean. Hao Chu-jun and the others were dumbfounded. When they looked back, they couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. They just came out from the dean's room, but they didn't see the person who was looking for them. And why was this big black man squatting at the door? Where was that person? Did he leave? With such a big commotion, the dean should know, right? Could it be? They looked at each other and just stood silently at the side. Although there were countless thoughts in their minds, they were also excited. Being able to witness the splendor of the four great clans was not an easy matter. In the past, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, ever since they went to Xiao Mountain, they had witnessed the strength of the dean. Not only did he cook without rice to the extreme, but he also attracted countless big shots to go up the mountain. They were so envious that they couldn't help it. If he could continue to learn, even if he didn't know everything, as long as he could learn a little bit from the dean, he would be rich. Especially during the lecture last night, what was the dean talking about? This was something that none of them had come into contact with before, but the dean still explained it to them from the very basics. This made them extremely touched. At this moment, amidst the cheers and excitement of the crowd, Yu Shenan's palanquin was the first to appear before everyone's eyes. How did he recognize the palanquin? The people of this era paid attention to words. Therefore, after they became famous, their mounts or the decorations on their clothes would be engraved or embroidered according to the meaning of the word. For example, the decorations on the curtain of the doctor's palanquin were a picture of a blue cloud with a white background. Above the cloud was the word Zhuo, Bo Shu. The word's letter were embroidered on the upper right corner of the palanquin behind him. Anyone who could read would be able to recognize these two words. After all, the people of this era liked to use words to describe many things. Sometimes, a word was more useful than a seal. Why? This was the same logic as the branding of the modern era. The word Zhuo was embroidered on the palanquin, which meant that the palanquin belonged to him. If others used it without permission, they would be punished with beatings or even beheaded. It was the same for calligraphy and painting. You want to fake it? Fine. Let's see if your head is hard enough. When the 4 palanquins appeared at the entrance of the mountain and pressed down on the palanquins, everyone present bowed and cupped their fists, opening a path to Zhongfeng's room. Even the old village chief of Tonghui Lane appeared at the entrance of the mountain while desperately urging the 2 strong men who were carrying him up the mountain. The moment he appeared, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone has graced the academy with your presence. The academy is truly impress. This old man respectfully welcomes everyone up the mountain on behalf of Zhongfeng." Of the 4 people who had just walked down from the palanquins, there were 3 other people besides Yu Shinan. One of them had a white face without a beard and white hair that draped over his shoulders. He looked quite sage-like, but you had to first ignore his belly that was pregnant for 10 months. This person was Chu Suiliang, whose name was Deng Shan. Behind him was an old man with a brandy nose and a bumpy face. He was incomparably skinny and looked around as soon as he came up the mountain. This old man was Xueji, whose name was Sitong. After Ma Ju's whispered introduction, the old village chief's heart thumped. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ma Ju felt so wronged that he was about to cry. He was at the food factory preparing pig intestines for old Gao, but he didn't expect to be caught by the old village chief. If not for the old village chief holding him back, he would have already run up to greet them. After the old village chief knew their identities, he became even more attentive. Ayaya, this old man was muddle-headed. I didn't know that the 4 great clans were coming. Please come in. When Yu Shinan got out of the palanquin and saw that Zhongfeng wasn't there, his heart thumped. This grandson couldn't have run away, right? Chapter 757. At this moment, Wei Zhang and the others saw that something was wrong and hurriedly went up to the 4 of them. Everyone, this is not the place to talk. Perhaps Fengzi is working hard because of the paper. Let's go in first. Perhaps Fengzi will be here soon. Hearing this, Ouyang Zun and the others nodded. Along the way, they didn't even look at the old village chief. This made the old village chief a little angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. He knew that these people didn't even need to kneel when they saw the emperor. The emperor had to stand up and greet them. And him. He was just an old man. However, the old village chief didn't care. He glared at Ma Ju and the rest. Why are you still standing there? Don't you want to work? Why is the dean's food used to feed you lazy people? If you don't do something, no one is allowed to eat today. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts. The old village head kicked Ma Ju's buttocks hard. Why aren't you looking for Fengzi? What are you waiting for? Hearing this, Ma Ju felt as if he had been granted amnesty and fled madly. Only then did the old village chief follow them to Zhongfeng's hut. Zhongfeng's hut wasn't far from the mountain gate. It was only a few hundred steps away. However, the closer they got, the more Wei Zhang and the rest felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, Fengzi should be in the hut. Wei Zhang could not help but fall a few steps behind the crowd. He came in front of the village chief and asked, "Sir, is Fengzi at the paper mill? Why would he be there if he has nothing to do? I chased him away yesterday. I don't know where he is now. Don't worry, I've already sent people to look for him. He should be." Before he could finish, Wei Zhang had already caught up with Fang Xianling and the rest. After exchanging glances with Fang Xianling and the rest, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong found an excuse to leave. Yu Shinan also felt that something was wrong. He looked at the familiar wooden hut and asked Gao Khan, "Young friend, is Zhongfeng in the hut?" Yu Shinan's face stiffened. He didn't expect to be ignored by this big black guy. Yu Qigong exploded. "Hey, you little brat, do you know who is in front of you?" Yu Shinan, the great Confucian scholar of this era. Gao Khan said in a muffled voice. Yu Qigong choked on his words and wanted to beat someone up. "Since you know that, why are you still blocking the way? The dean is sleeping, no one is allowed to disturb him." The expressions of Ouyang Zun and the others changed. Seeing this, Yu Qigong was furious. F***ck off. If you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful that Laro Tsu will beat you up. He kicked Gao Khan to the side. Gao Khan wanted to fight back, but he was no match for Yu Qigong. He was pinned against the wall by Yu Qigong, unable to move. Yu Qigong was also surprised. Although he was old, he was actually somewhat unable to suppress this young brat. Where did this brat find these freaks? However, now wasn't the time to ask about this. After seeing that everyone had entered the house, Yu Qigong sized up Jiao Khan. Not bad, you're not bad. You're a potential general. How about it? Follow me? No, the dean said that if I follow him, I'll be a general in the future. Bastard. Damn it. F***ck. Yu Qigong spat a few times before letting go of Jiao Khan. The two of them stared at each other at the door, neither willing to give in to the other. At this moment, as soon as they entered the room, Zhongsun Wuji hurriedly opened the door to Zhongfeng's room. However, when he peeked in, he was almost suffocated by the stench. He hurriedly took a look at the person sleeping soundly on the bed. Then, as if he was fleeing, he blocked the others who were about to enter and said, "It's too smelly. Let's wait outside." With such a big commotion, this brat should be waking up soon. When Ouyang Zun and the others smelled the stench in the air, their expressions changed. They hurriedly left the house and sat at the door of Zhongfeng's small wooden house to wait. "Brother, you said that Fengzi handed the paper mill to you?" After the few of them sat down, Wei Zhang asked loudly, trying to divert their attention. As expected, when the few of them heard this, they looked at the old village chief. The old village chief was a little unnatural. He seemed a little guilty. He was a little afraid. This wasn't the case before entering the small wooden house. The sharp-eyed Yu Qigong's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Was this brat not in the house? About that, Fengzi is too careless. Also, people are always thinking about him. For example, the wine you drank before. It's such a good thing. But a guy named Laro Li tricked him into giving him the formula, the old village chief said bitterly. Ouyang Zun and the others couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. They drank that wine before. Moreover, it was given to them by Yu Shinan. They knew better than anyone how good the wine was. But what shocked them was that the emperor actually used such a method to trick others. Too shameless. But this little bastard kept such a good thing for himself. It wasn't a good thing. Ouyang Zun couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He asked, "You'd better talk about the paper mill. Did you know that something happened in Chang'an yesterday? It's because someone fiddled with a lot of white paper with the words White Deer College written on it and spread it on the market. Now that the emperor knows about it, he's furious." The old village chief heard this. His expression suddenly changed. "Oh no, it's bad. This brat got into trouble again." Chapter 758. Just as Zhongfeng was about to enter the workshop that was under construction, he was stopped by an abrupt voice. "Oh, isn't this our dean? Where are you going?" When the voice rang out, the corner of Zhongfeng's mouth could not help but twitch. He didn't see the person, but he could tell from the voice that this was old Yu, whom he had screwed over previously. "Ha ha ha." Zhongfeng laughed dryly and turned around to look at Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin. Qin Qiong was standing at the side with his arms crossed. He feigned surprise and asked, "Oh, old brother Gong, you're in such a good mood. When did you come up the mountain? How come I didn't know?" "When? Just when you were running away," Yu Qigong said with a fake smile. As he spoke, he clenched his fists so tightly that they looked like fried beans. Zhongfeng's lips twitched. This guy still hates me for the Korean ginseng incident. But what does this matter have to do with you? Why are you here? Zhongfeng rolled his eyes. He could only hang his head and walk over to the three of them, cupping his hands in greeting. "Zhongfeng greets my three brothers." "Oh right, old Qin, what are you guys doing up the mountain?" As he spoke, Zhongfeng looked at Cheng Yaojin and asked, "Are you guys also here for paper blank? You know about it?" The three of them stared at Zhongfeng speechlessly. Cheng Yaojin slapped Zhongfeng and said, "What kind of rotten idea is this? You don't know, but when you handed out paper blank at the city gate yesterday, Ouyang Zun was so angry that he rushed into the palace to complain. If Lord Zhongsun and His Majesty hadn't stopped him, you would have suffered a lot this time." As Cheng Yaojin spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. He wanted to pat Zhongfeng's head, but he found that this kid had nimbly dodged. Helplessly, he said, Let's go and see the 4 great clans. While we're at it, we can't avoid this mess. If you don't deal with this matter today, then your mountain will be in chaos tomorrow. This time, Zhong Feng was a little flustered. How is this related to Mr. Ouyang? Hey, didn't you calculate that Mr. Ouyang would return to Chang'an yesterday, and then deliberately waited for him at the Chang'an gate? Cheng Yarojin glared at Zhong Feng and asked. Zhong Feng was a little flustered. No, I didn't. I didn't know anything about it. Chen Tianyu, your son, and Li Gan came up with the lousy idea. I only asked them to send free paper to Chang'an City to advertise. Why did we bump into this? These few prodigal playthings. This time, they had stirred up a disaster. Zhong Feng did think of attracting these people to go up the mountain, but he didn't expect it to be done in such a way. If he had known, he wouldn't have let these people do such a stupid thing even if he was beaten to death. The ancients treasured paper as much as their wives and children. Especially for literati, paper was simply a treasure. Although he wasn't in Chang'an, it didn't mean that Zhong Feng didn't think of it. A group of sloppy people holding thin paper and rubbing it on their faces, and then letting the Great Confucian see it. What was this? This was a slap in the face of the Great Confucian. What the F***ck? Not to mention others, even if he saw it, he would be furious. These prodigals, damn it, what the hell are they doing? Old Chen, have your son and the others come back? Cheng Yarojin, Yu Qigong, and Qin Qiong looked at each other and asked, are you sure you didn't plan this in advance? Zhong Feng was anxious. If I had planned this in advance, do you think I would have run away now? I wanted to lure the 4 great clans up the mountain because of their enthusiasm for paper, but I didn't want to slap them in the face. Do you think I would do such a stupid thing? This time, Cheng Yarojin also felt that this matter was serious. He looked at Yu Qigong and said, Old Yu, what do you think we should do now? Yu Qigong was stumped. If this kid was the one who did it, beating him up today would be a light punishment, but, if this really wasn't the one who did it, then it would be difficult. For a moment, the 4 of them looked at each other, and no one could think of a solution. Finally, Qin Qiong came up with an idea. Kid, this isn't the time to pursue this matter. Do you know what Mr. Ouyang said in the palace? What did he say? Zhong Feng asked hurriedly. He used the extravagance of the previous dynasty's Emperor Yang to describe what you did yesterday, and even scolded Laro Li. The Emperor and the others also lost face. This is your fault, so you have to stand up and take responsibility for this matter. Yu Qigong was speechless and said again, do you know why the previous dynasty fell? It was because of the excesses of extravagance, and your actions yesterday have angered the Great Confucians and the students of Chang'an. So, you have to stand up. You are the one who caused this, so you have to stand up. Zhong Feng was dumbfounded. Could it be that he had made a mistake? Why was it all his fault? What kind of logic was this? Chapter 759. In the end, Zhong Feng had to admit defeat. After all, he could imagine the consequences of this matter. Just as the 3 brothers had said, if he had not brought along Ouyang Zun yesterday, everything would have been fine. But he was unlucky. Now that he had bumped into them, there would be a lot to say. There was no other way. Zhong Feng could only accept his bad luck. He obediently followed Yu Qigong and the other 2 back to the entrance of the academy. When the 4 of them appeared, they saw Yu Shenan leading Ouyang Zun and the other 2 commenting on the academy's construction. The 4 of them even chatted with Wei Zheng and the others, bursting into laughter from time to time. However, when they saw Zhong Feng, their faces instantly turned cold. They stopped laughing and chatting. With their hands clasped behind their backs, they strolled into the living room of Zhong Feng's wooden hut and occupied the few chairs available, waiting for him. When Zhong Feng entered the hut, he realized that the few tea leaves he had in his collection had already been divided among them. Even the canister used to store the tea leaves was gone. The white wine mao was also nowhere to be found. It seemed that it had been discovered long ago. Zhong Feng took a deep breath. Damn it, they were King Bandit. However, he really could not do anything about these old men. As soon as he entered, they pretended not to see him and continued to chat and drink tea, discussing the present and the past. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin signaled to Zhong Feng with their eyes, then turned and slipped away. Zhong Feng had no choice but to brace himself and salute them. Junior Zhong Feng greets the teachers. I was busy just now and did not personally welcome all of you. Please forgive me. No one responded. Zhong Feng had to raise his voice again. Chu Suiliang rubbed his belly and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's our young friend Zhong Feng. What are you trying to do? Zhong Feng's face twitched. Wei Zhang and the others also looked at Zhong Feng with strange expressions, but did not say anything. On the contrary, Ouyang Zun slammed the table with a gloomy face and said, Zhong Feng, you brat, old man trusted you so much. Back then, because of your 3 poems, under Laro Li's coaxing and pestering, he recommended you to become a great scholar. This is really the shame of our lives. 3 poems. Fortunately, not all of her feelings had flowed out. Zhong Feng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. When Ouyang Zun saw Zhong Feng's calm expression, he couldn't help but become even angrier. We think so highly of you. When Chang'an University was first established, do you know how many literati were guiding you behind the scenes? But we've all helped you to take on the responsibility. But you, on the other hand, have created such an academy in this godforsaken place. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some ability? The corner of Zhong Feng's mouth twitched. What was he going to do? Hold a criticism meeting? Ouyang Zun's scolding made Zhong Feng feel like he was being criticized. However, the more Ouyang Zun said, the more flustered Zhong Feng felt. He hurriedly said, Teacher, in order to run a school and let more poor people have books to study, I've taken out all my family's money. Now, look at the poor people who live in this kind of wooden house. What's more, I don't even have a home anymore. I just want to set up an academy so that I can better fulfill my responsibilities as a scholar. I would never dare to forget the kindness of my teachers, nor would I dare to forget the teachings of Confucius. That's why I set up an academy to protect the poor people in the world. I'm slow-witted. I don't know what I've done wrong to make my teachers so angry. Ouyang Zun stood up coldly and walked around Zhong Feng in circles with his hands behind his back. You're just talking nonsense. What did old man and the others teach you? Teachers? We don't dare. If this old man had a disciple like you, this old man would have dragged you out and beaten you to death long ago. How could I allow you to embarrass all of us here today? Otherwise, how could I allow all of us to bear the fallacy of being extravagant? Old man, you don't learn good things at such a young age. You have too much money to spend. Instead of learning good things at such a young age, you've learned to be so extravagant. What will happen if you continue like this? Today, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, when we go down the mountain today, the 4 of us will jointly go to the Ministry of Works and Rights to abolish your title as a great Confucian scholar. Wasn't this too much? What was going on? Zhong Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was indeed a world-famous great Confucian scholar. His eloquence was awesome. Don't I want to lose face? Zhong Feng was baffled and immediately asked, Esteemed teacher, may I know what this student has done to make esteemed teacher and the others so angry? Humph. Brat, you really don't remember those shameful things you did. Before Ouyang Zun could say anything, Chu Suiliang was angry. Until now, you still don't know how to repent. I don't know what I did. Teacher, please tell me, Zhong Feng asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Chu Suiliang stood up and stepped on the soft muddy ground. Zhong Feng felt that it was moving. Boy, the 300,000 pigs a few days ago were caused by you, right? This? Yes. Zhong Feng couldn't deny it and could only admit it. Anyway, whatever he said now would be wrong. He wanted to see what these great masters wanted to do. Seeing Zhong Feng admit it, Ouyang Zun couldn't help but snort coldly. Wei Zhang and the others pretended that they didn't see or hear anything. They gathered together and seemed to be arguing about something. Seeing that they didn't speak, Zhong Feng had to ask, Mr. Bosha, what do you think of the braised meat these days? Chapter 760. Yu Shenan, who was chatting happily with Fang Xianling, was suddenly pulled out by Zhong Feng. He was speechless. But he still nodded. The braised meat you ate was made by this kid. The food factory at the foot of the mountain is where he made it. Ouyang Zun and the others knew about the braised meat, but they didn't know that it was made by this kid. After all, when Yu Shanan gave them the braised meat, he didn't say where it came from. They thought that it was something newly invented by Yu Shanan. When Yu Shanan finished speaking, Zhong Feng cupped his fists gratefully and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Respected teachers, you know the current situation of the Tang dynasty. You also know that in order to control the locust plague, Lao Li bought a large number of pigs, chickens, and ducks to eliminate the locust. But now you see, the locusts are gone, but the food is gone too. People don't have enough to eat, so how can we feed them? So this kid is bold. Instead of letting them starve to death, why not make them into delicacies on the table? It can also let the poor people eat more. What's wrong with this? Ouyang Zun's anger calmed down a little. Although what you're doing is not befitting of a great scholar and will be criticized by many scholars in the world, what you're doing is not wrong. Tomorrow, we will help you clarify this matter, but you must not do this in the future. When Zhong Feng heard this, he hurriedly bowed. This student understands. Let's drop this matter for now. But shouldn't you give me an explanation for what happened in Chang'an yesterday? Don't you know the price of the rice paper? Or do you think you're so great because you're rich? You even put the name of White Deer College on it. Do you think it's glorious? When Zhong Feng heard this, he said, "This student doesn't know what he did wrong. This student did this to promote the new paper I just invented. On the other hand, I want to promote White Deer College from a more diverse perspective. I want to let more students from poor families see hope. However, there is something that is hard for me to say." After Zhong Feng finished speaking, he hastily scanned the crowd and said, "Master, you should know that I have given my all for the sake of this academy. However, the construction of this academy is inseparable from money and food. With so many people and so many mouths to feed, I am helpless. So I came up with this idea, even though the publicity this time was a little too big, and it even offended you, Master. This was definitely not my intention. It was Li Gan and the others who acted on their own. I didn't know that you had returned to Chang'an yesterday. Don't know? If you don't know, you can do this. Do you know that if we meet other people, boy, it won't be us who will go up the mountain today. It will be everyone in Chang'an City, including Hongwen Guan and Imperial College. You still don't know your mistake. You're still trying to force your words onto others. If it weren't for your instructions, how could they not know the severity of the matter?" The more Ouyang Zun spoke, the angrier he got. He wanted to raise his hand and punch someone. However, Chu Suiliang quickly stopped him. "Brat, you know the price of this piece of paper. You also know how important it is to the scholars of the world. What you did yesterday was indeed too much. This is equivalent to telling the people of the world that the things you think are incomparably precious are worthless to you. Do you know the consequences?" Zhong Feng was stunned when he heard that. "But this thing is worthless to begin with, isn't it?" Fart. When the people who were drinking tea heard that, they couldn't help but spit out the tea in their mouths. They had seen people who bickered, but they had never seen someone who bickered like that. "Worthless? So you're saying that us old folks and the world's literati can't even afford paper? This is such a precious thing, and you don't care about it at all? What does that mean? Emperor Yang of Sui ordered people to wrap silk around trees to pave the way. I'm sure he had the same idea as you, right? It's worthless too." Ouyang Zun was so angry that he was shaking all over. Fine. It's worthless. That's right. You're right. You have a big family now, and you have properties all over the world. Even if you don't have money, you can sell that baijiu recipe and become rich again. Old man is poor. Of course, he can't compare to you. His sarcasm was a little too much. It was also very obvious. Anyone who knew these people knew that they were the richest people in the world. Not to mention Ouyang Zun, even Yu Shanan, whom Zhong Feng knew before, was a first-class family in the Han dynasty. Who in Jiangnan didn't know the Yu family? Almost half of Jiangnan had the surname Yu, right? How dare you call yourselves poor? If you're poor, you can sell a piece of calligraphy for tens of thousands of gold. You call that poor? When Zhongsun Wuji and the others saw that Ouyang Zun and the others were really angry, they couldn't sit still anymore and hurriedly stood up. Zhongsun Wuji coughed and said, "Fengzi, stop messing around. Apologize to Mr. Xin Ben and the others first." Zhongsun Wuji was indeed the #1 peacemaker in the Tang dynasty. He basically didn't participate in any arguments, but when it came to smoothing things over, he would be the first to stand up. When Zhong Feng saw Zhongsun stand up, he suddenly realized what was going on. What the hell am I doing? I'm courting death. If he angered these old fellows, he would be dead for sure. Chapter 761. It was true that harmony was the most precious thing. Why should he argue with a group of old guys here? What's the point? If he annoyed them, how could he teach in the academy? Zhong Feng immediately cupped his hands and bowed towards Ouyang Zun and the others. If this little one has offended you in any way, I implore the 4 esteemed teachers to not blame me. If esteemed teachers feel that this piece of paper is good, then it is this little one's fortune. How about this? When all of you descend the mountain, this little one will personally take 20 jin of paper and personally deliver it to your residences as an apology. Ouyang Zun was stunned. Chu Suiliang, who was about to sit down, almost squatted down and crushed the stool. In an instant, the small wooden house became terrifyingly quiet. Everyone stared at Zhong Feng in shock. 20 kilograms? Damn it. This kind of paper, it was dozens of times better than the rice paper. Not to mention Ouyang Zun, even Zhongsun Wuji and the others wanted to beat him up at this time. He deserved a beating. This was simply outrageous. Firstly, they would be labeled as extravagant in the imperial court. Second, they were simply too disrespectful to their elders. What a prodigal. This kind of white paper was not only more expensive than the rice paper, but it was also worth the same price as the rice paper. How could he give 20 kilograms of paper, which was worth 1,000 strings of coins per kilogram? We're brothers, so why didn't you come to inform me at the very first moment? Even if it was just to inform me, it would have been fine, but what happened? You didn't know anything. Then, he was inexplicably scolded for a long time. At the thought of the smooth and white paper, everyone felt as if there were 10,000 horses galloping in their hearts. How could this kind of paper be measured by kilograms? What was this? This was a complete humiliation, and he humiliated the 4 Confucian scholars in public in front of so many people. At this time, Zhong Feng was even more surprised when he saw that everyone was silent. Could it be that it was too little? Thinking of this, Zhong Feng suddenly patted the back of his head. Yes. As the 4 Confucian scholars, 20 kilograms was indeed too little. Zhong Feng couldn't help blushing. It seemed that his vision was still too narrow. After measuring the output, Zhong Feng said carefully, "How about 50? No. 100 kilograms. What do you think about 100 kilograms? When Zhong Feng said 50 kilograms, he actually felt a little guilty. After all, the production cost of a catty of paper was less than 10 copper coins, and that was after including the wages of the workers. Although paper wasn't worth much now, the paper-making workshop had just started. 400 pounds of paper was already a day's worth of output. Furthermore, Zhong Feng didn't know if he could produce 400 catties in the second production. If he could only produce 300 catties, it would be troublesome. The most important thing was, right now, he had yet to write his textbooks and other things. Seeing that there was only a month or so left before the academy officially opened, he was also anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to pull in a few heavyweights for the academy to hold the fort, and that he could free himself to be a teacher, Zhong Feng would really be reluctant to do so. After all, although this thing was nothing to him, it was really a rare thing in the outside world. Ouyang Zun and the others were strangely silent at this time. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they couldn't say anything. They knew the purpose of coming here today, and obviously they already knew why Zhong Feng did this. However, to give away 100 catties of such good paper in one go, Ouyang Zun still didn't know what to say. At this time, Chu Suiliang's hands were constantly intertwining, and his brain was also rapidly calculating. 100 catties of white paper. What kind of concept was this? Even if the production cost of a catty of paper was 1,000 copper coins, How much would 100 catties cost? Suddenly, he felt that his brain wasn't enough. However, if he were to use the abacus now, wouldn't it be too much? When Zhong Feng saw this, he was even more anxious. Teacher, old son, say something. He was already so generous. Were they still not satisfied? After a long time, after Ouyang Zun and the others looked at each other, they finally all stared at Zhong Feng. Ouyang Zun surprisingly calmed down and asked, "Boy, are you humiliating old man and the others?" Zhong Feng was a little confused. But in an instant, his face changed greatly. It was said that the people of the Tang dynasty were straightforward. My King honest. Isn't it too unkind? Do you think 100 catties of paper is not enough? Even if you are a great scholar, even if you are the Ouyang family, the Yu family, the emperor, the richest person in the dynasty, you may not be so arrogant to give away so much paper at one time, right? People's hearts are not enough. Seeing this, Zhong Feng could only grit his teeth, stomp his feet, and stretched out 2 fingers with difficulty. 200 catties. 200 catties shouldn't be considered a humiliation, right? I can't give more. I can only produce less than 500 catties a day. If you can wait for more than a month, let alone 200 catties, even if it's 2,000 catties, as long as you can hold it, I can give it to you. Pa. When the words 200 catties came out of Zhong Feng's mouth, in an instant, the living room was dead silent again. There was only the sound of someone crushing a cup. Chapter 762. Ouyang Zun only felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was as if Zhong Feng was sitting on a mountain of paper, waving at him. Did you see that? What you regard as a treasure, as your life, is just paper to wipe your ass. When I say I'll give it away, I'll give it by catties. And it's 200 catties. Ouyang Zun had the urge to beat Zhong Feng to death. Although the purpose of today's visit was to confirm whether this thing was made by Zhong Feng. It was indeed for paper, but it was 200 catties. It made Ouyang Zun feel like he was looking at a nouveau riche. Not only him, but everyone present could not stand Zhong Feng's clamor. Whether it was Ouyang Zun, Chu Suiliang, or even Yu Shinan who was prepared for this, they were trembling with anger, glaring at Wei Zheng and the others. It was clear that he was saying, look at this, this is your brother. Are all the people in the imperial court so extravagant? At this time, Wei Zheng and the others could not sit still. A few hundred catties. 100 catties. For people would be 400 catties. This was already an astronomical figure. And it seemed that this guy had not touched the bottom line yet. But they also knew that they could not continue. If this continued, not to mention Yu Shinan and the others, even they would go crazy. Cough, cough. Wei Zheng coughed. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he could only stroke his beard and say, Fengzi, you're simply a prodigal thing. What are you doing? You're insulting Mr. Bo Sure and the others. Why aren't you apologizing to Mr. Bo Sure and the others? 200 catties of white paper. Do you know that even the emperor only gets 1 catty of rice paper a month? Even Mr. Bo Sure and the others can only use 1 catty of rice paper for half a year unless it's necessary. It's not that they are unwilling, it's that they can't buy it. But you, the moment you open your mouth, you ask for 200 catties. You are simply. Zhong Feng scratched his head. Looking at Wei Zheng and the others' slightly angry expressions, he immediately said, Old Wei, 200 jin per person is already my limit, and this is the total number of papers that will be produced tomorrow and the day after. I don't know if there will be any wear and tear when the time comes. If there is wear and tear, it will take another 4 days. After all, there are still impurities on the white paper, and it was only improved today. But even if it's a full production, at most, I can only produce 1,000 catties per day. Don't worry, if any of you feel that it's too little, I'll take care of all the paper you use in the future. This is the limit of what I can bear right now. After all, you all know that this kid's academy needs paper everywhere. Moreover, this kid also needs to eat. On the one hand, it's for the convenience of the academy. Of course, it would be best if I could earn some money while helping all of you. After all, as you can see, I have a big family to feed now. Hearing this, in an instant, the living room once again fell into a dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. 1,000 catties a day? This kind of paper, Ouyang Zun, who felt humiliated just now, felt even more suffocated at this time. If the stimulation just now was like carrying 100 catties on his back, then now, it was like carrying a mountain on his back, making him breathless. Wei Zheng couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing Ouyang Zun and the others' faces trembling, he hurriedly asked, Fengzi, how much do you think the daily production can be? 1,000 catties? But this is under the condition of full production. Now, at least in a month, on average, it can only reach 500 catties a day. Zhong Feng said very sincerely. Seeing that Ouyang Zun and the others' faces still didn't improve, he said again, to reach 1,000 catties a day, the materials must be prepared a day in advance, and the people in the paper mill must be familiar with the manufacturing process. It will take more than a month to reach 1,000 catties a day. After thinking for a while, Zhong Feng clasped his hands and said, Dear teachers, the technology and manpower for paper making are ready-made, so it doesn't cost much. In the future, when everyone's technology becomes more and more mature, that is, when we can reach 1,000 catties a day, I intend to set the price of each piece of paper at 1 copper coin per catty. Of course, this is just my guess, but it's a little difficult now. I still need to work harder to let the students of the academy fill their stomachs and still have some surplus. 1 copper coin per piece of paper. At this time, everyone in the room felt their blood pressure soar. What did this mean? If the production cost of white paper was not more expensive than rice paper, even if it was only the cost of rice paper, they would definitely make a lot of money. At the very least, in their hearts, no matter how cheap this thing was, it would at least be 100 copper coins per catty. But they never thought that this bastard would set the price of paper at 1 copper coin per catty. This meant that paper would no longer be a luxury item in the future. Even ordinary people could use it. Every aristocratic family would flaunt their wealth by collecting books. However, if Zhong Feng were to do so, wouldn't these methods of flaunting their wealth become the laughingstock of the world? What a good piece of white paper! Moreover, the production was so high, and the price in the future would be cheaper than the cheapest hard yellow paper in the market. What did this mean? The price of yellow paper now was 20 copper coins, but, in this era where paper and silk were expensive, what did this mean? Zhongsun Wuji and Yu Shinan asked almost at the same time, Fengzi, your paper, does it have a shortcut? Tell us. Chapter 763. Yu Shinan hurriedly asked, Little friend Zhong Feng, tell me, is there something special about your paper-making technique? Hearing this, everyone could not help but perk up their ears and hold their breaths. Zhong Feng smiled. The most difficult part of paper-making was to make the birch bark, grass ash, bamboo, and the like into pulp. This required a lot of bamboo, charcoal, and manpower. The process was also complicated. But, Lao Tzu had been reprimanded by all of you for so long, why should Lao Tzu tell you? I, Zhong Feng, don't need to eat. Lao Tzu, the thousands of people in White Deer College, don't need to eat. If he told you this thing so easily and got tricked by those aristocratic families, wouldn't Lao Tzu have nothing to eat? It would be difficult for him to even make a profit in the paper-making market. He was not that stupid. After all, he had to think about the future of the college. What if, 3 years later, there was really a genius who could not study and wanted to go into business? Wouldn't that be equivalent to giving Zhong Feng a free long-term labor? But Zhong Feng also knew that he had to tell them now. He was still hoping that he could use this to recruit Ouyang Zun and the others. Sigh. Zhong Feng sighed. Only then did he use his trump card. While Zhong Feng sighed, Yu Qigong, who was outside the door, instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. This grandson, he was going to trick people again. Yu Qigong could not help but look forward to it. Blackie, let's make a bet. I guess these 4 masters will definitely be tricked by this kid today. Do you believe me? Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes and did not say anything. He only raised 3 fingers. I bet 3,000 strings of strings. At this moment, in the living room, Zhong Feng slowly said, I still have a good brother who is not here today. But you should have heard of Lao Li. The entire college was set up by Lao Li and me. Although this paper mill is my business, Lao Li, Old Wei, and the others have all helped me a lot. Wei Zhang and the others blushed. They were a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhong Feng said, "Of course. Although you are busy, if it weren't for your son, I wouldn't even dare to set up Chang'an University, not to mention the academy. So I plan to divide this paper mill into 6 parts, one for each of us. This can also give Li Gan and the others a status. Otherwise, I know that if not for you secretly telling them to do their best, White Deer College today." Hearing this, they could not help but be shocked. This kind of paper, no matter how expensive it was, but since this kid dared to sell it for 1 copper coin per sheet, it was obvious that the cost of the paper must be ridiculously low. However, even if it was sold for 1 copper coin per kilogram, they could imagine what kind of reaction it would cause once it was put into the market. Perhaps, when the time came, the profits of this thing would not be lower than fine salt. This was something that only those who knew that table salt was created by Zhong Feng would know. At this moment, Zhong Feng pretended to be reluctant and said, "Of course, if you want to know, I can tell you the process of making paper now." "Enough. Shut up." Du Ruhui hurriedly shouted. He and Yu Shanan hurriedly shouted for him to stop. Idiot. This was the height of idiocy. How could such an important thing be announced in front of so many people? Wasn't he afraid that others would hear? Yu Shanan saw that it was about time and sighed. "You were the one who created this thing, we won't covet it. We just want to ascertain your character and whether you are really so extravagant. That's enough. We were just casually asking and you, kid, spoke without thinking. You even revealed your family background and gave away a few 100 kilograms of paper. It's clear that you are not smart enough. This kind of thing is something that you, Zhong Feng, can settle down in life and bring blessings to your descendants. How can you show it to others so easily? It's clear that although you have a lot of ideas, if you don't have anyone to guide you, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later." Hearing this, Zhong Feng rolled his eyes. Master's words have enlightened this student. It can be seen that this little one is really. I hope that Master can see this little one's sincerity and stay. Otherwise, this little one doesn't know when this little one will do something stupid. With such a good downhill path, Zhong Feng would be a fool if he did not take it. A big fool. As expected, Yu Shanan heard this and sighed with a smile. "Not bad, you are teachable. But do you know how much it costs to hire a great scholar to teach you? Even if it's 1,000 taels of gold, I can get it." Ha ha ha. Yu Shanan laughed and scolded, "What if the old man wants the stars in the sky? If teacher really wants it, 10 years, no, within 5 years, I will definitely make something that can fly in the sky and give you one. Wasn't it just a meteorite?" Although the chances of going to the moon were slim, he did not believe that the dam system would not activate in 5 years. Even if it did not activate, what did it matter? Lao Tzu could make it himself. If it did not work, he could still act. It was still possible to find a meteorite. When the time came, he could make a hot air balloon. Wouldn't he have everything? Chapter 764. Yu Shanan was a little annoyed. The old man gave you a way out, and you didn't even know how to take advantage of it. Instead, you took advantage of it. All right. The old man will stay on this deserted mountain and see if you can pluck the stars for the old man in 5 years. If you can't, the old man will definitely punish you for deceiving the world. This student understands. Of course, I won't let you get away with it for nothing. When will you be able to make that wine? Yu Shanan, Ouyang Zun, and the others looked at each other and smiled. Zhong Feng was counting on his fingers, but he didn't notice. He said, "Logically speaking, there are still 10 days, but I still have some wine next to my tavern." "What? You still have wine?" Yu Shanan was speechless. "Last time when the old man came up the mountain, didn't you say that there was none left?" Ahem. Yu Qigong had come in at some point. He coughed and said, "Last time when Lao Li came, this bastard also said that there was none left. In the end, he still made a jar under the bed. It seems that there is still a lot left." Zhong Feng was anxious. He swore, "In all honesty, I really can't do it this time. You all know about the brewery next to this tavern. Although it brews beer, when this kid went up the mountain, he saw that there was not enough food to finish, so he went over and brewed a batch. He got someone to watch over it. Hearing this, everyone snorted a few times. Obviously, they didn't believe it. Enough, are you all drunkards? Yu Shan'an laughed and interrupted everyone. He said, since you call us your teacher, we'll hand it over. However, we can't give you anything less than what we've promised. You must be served with wine and meat every day. If we miss a meal, we'll leave the mountain. This is a matter of principle. There is no room for discussion. As for the money, you can just convert it into good wine. We don't care about that little bit of money. All right. Zhong Feng was overjoyed. Yu Shan'an looked at Ouyang Zun and the others and said, the three of you, what do you think? There's nothing wrong with this kid's character, right? Do you want to stay? While speaking, Yu Shan'an patted his forehead and said, that's right, kid, I remember now. If you come up with anything good in the future, hand it over. If I find out that you're hiding something, the old man won't let you off. Zhong Feng felt like he was being squeezed. However, he still nodded and admitted defeat. Seeing this, Yu Shan'an and the others nodded in satisfaction. Let me introduce you. As he spoke, Yu Shan'an pointed at Ouyang Zun and said, this old fellow's letter book. Zhong Feng's heart trembled. Student Zhong Feng greets Mr. Shinmoto. Forget it, forget it. Remember to bring me good wine and good dishes, as well as white paper every day. This student understands. This fatty's courtesy name is Deng Shan. Zhong Feng was shocked when he heard this. Oh my god. Didn't history say that Chu Suiliang was thin? He was so fat that he looked like a ball. However, he didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly saluted. This is Sai Tong. Student greets Mr. Sai Tong. Okay. Don't make empty promises. As for coming to the academy, we still need to observe your character. You should be teaching and educating people, but you actually come to do this kind of unorthodox thing. While speaking, Sai Tong added again, however, for the sake of your 200 pounds of paper, if you do this every month, the old man will come down. Zhong Feng's mouth twitched. However, in an instant, his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. This student thanks all of you, teachers. Are you sure you want to thank us? Ouyang Zun and Chu Suiliang looked at Zhong Feng with a smile. In an instant, Zhong Feng felt that he had been set up. But now, Zhong Feng knew that there was a trap, but he had to jump into it. He cupped his fists and said, what are you talking about, teacher? Of course, what's mine is yours. Just take as much as you need. Okay. The old man is happy to see your white paper. How about 1,000 pounds of white paper and a cart of white wine every month for each person? Sir, do you want to eat paper? 1,000 pounds? Can you not be so snobbish? Do you really think this is a charity hall? As long as you like it, even if you need to wipe your ass with paper, I'm willing to give it to you. Chu Suiliang was stunned by his words. However, he shook his head and said, you see, you're cornered now. Forget it. Since you've done so much for the sake of the students in the world, the old man won't make things difficult for you. What do the three of you think? While speaking, Chu Suiliang and the others laughed heartily like roosters that had won a fight. Yu Shan'an laughed and said, it seems that Brother Fang and the others have something to say to this kid. Let's go. I'll bring the three of you around Xiao Mountain. Let's go to Elder Sun's place. The others asked in surprise, you're talking about medical god Elder Sun? Is he really at White Deer College? Yu Shan'an nodded. I don't know what kind of magic this kid has to make Elder Sun come to the mountain. Didn't you guys want to drink? He should have some left over. Kid, wait a moment and get someone to send some food over. You don't have any manners at all. How can you sit on a cold bench for more than 2 hours when you have guests? Zhong Feng felt so wronged that he was about to cry. Sir. Dear second master. The moment the few of you came, you gave me a good scolding. You actually gave me some time. Chapter 765. Under Zhong Feng's aggrieved gaze, Yu Shan'an and the other three laughed and left the cabin. They paced with their hands behind their backs as if they were inspecting their own property. Of course, in the end, for the sake of paper, wine, or braised meat, they even forgot that Zhong Feng had impersonated their student. Perhaps they also tacitly approved of Zhong Feng. After all, they had recommended Zhong Feng, and Zhong Feng could be considered their student. Otherwise, if anyone dared to call them that, they would have to argue with him from beginning to end and then send him to the authorities to be dealt with according to law. Obviously, they tacitly approved of this matter. As for Zhong Feng, when he was caught by Yu Qigong, he had already thought of this point. As long as he agreed, everything would be much easier. However, Zhong Feng was also a little annoyed. This old man really had some tricks up his sleeve. At first, he was confused. This matter, according to the situation in the Tang dynasty, would indeed arouse public anger. However, in the end, he did not expect that this matter would end like this. However, Zhong Feng also knew that these four masters would definitely not take advantage of him without doing anything. Now that they had gone out, they should be thinking of a way. Thinking of this, Zhong Feng felt a little grateful. If it were not for these people, he would really have to think about how to face the public anger of the world's literati and the revenge of those big families. After all, it was the appearance of his paper that made what they were proud of become worthless. Fengzi, since their matter has been settled, let's talk about our matter now. Yu Qigong and the other three sat in the seats of Yu Shenan and the other three just now. They also pulled Zhong Feng up from the chair. Zhong Feng instantly woke up. "Old Yu, are we okay?" "Okay. You made me suffer a great loss." Yu Qigong glared fiercely at Cheng Yarojin, who was drinking tea with a smile. This made Zhong Feng even more baffled. Cough, cough. "Fengzi, let's get down to business." Yu Qigong coughed and said, "We saw your paper too. Kid, you have such a good thing, but you don't want to take it out. You caused us to be scolded by Mr. Shinben yesterday. You're too mean. Tell me, how are you going to compensate us?" "I don't have time, do I? Didn't I send Li Gan and the others to deliver a letter to you yesterday?" Zhong Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh right, are Li Gan and the other little bastards back yet? Did I tell you when I bought it for you yesterday?" The few of them were stunned upon hearing this. "You look at me, and I look at you." Seeing this, Zhong Feng's vision darkened. Bastard. What a beast. He was simply a beast. "I asked you guys to go out and do something. What the F***ck are you guys doing?" If they had followed his instructions yesterday, would things have turned out this way? According to yesterday's arrangement, after they distributed the flyers, the first thing they would do was to bring the paper to show off. But in the end, even now, old Li and the others didn't know about it. Could it be that they did not help him just now? So that's what happened. Damn it. Look at how Laro Tsu is going to deal with you guys now that you're back. If he doesn't want you to dig dung, he'll make you move bricks at the kill. Sigh. I've met the wrong people. I was just wondering if I should give them 10% of the paper mill. Now, it seems like I should go to hell. Cough, cough. The few of them coughed when they heard this. Fengzi, you're not being nice. We all heard it. Words that have been spoken are like spilled water. How can you take them back? No, this is not negotiable. What a joke. They had earned a lot of money from that salt. Now that they had finally seen something good, how could they just watch it slip away? Fengzi, this matter has alarmed His Majesty. Do you know that after Mr. Shinben caused a ruckus in the imperial study yesterday, Lord Zhongsun came to us and asked us to deal with this matter properly. His Majesty is very angry. Do as you see fit. Zhong Feng was shocked when he heard that. He did not know that the emperor would be alarmed. However, he had seen it on TV. With the status of these great scholars, even the emperor had to be polite to them. They really dared to angrily rebuke the emperor. Zhong Feng could not help but feel a little flustered. Then what do you think we should do? Since all of you are here today, I'm sure you've already thought of a way, right? Cough, cough. Wei Yizheng coughed and was a little embarrassed to say it. He nudged Zhongsun Wuji, who was sitting next to him with his elbow. Zhong Feng had always been looking down. When he saw Wei Yizheng nudge him, he shook his head speechlessly. He raised a peace sign and said slowly, "Each of us will give you 200 katis of white paper. We'll help you settle it. Also, Li Gan and the others." "What? 200 katis per person? You really think highly of me, Zhong Feng. 200 jin per person." In an instant, Zhongfeng thought about it and realized that in this workshop, not only did they not use it for themselves, but they had also given it all away in a month. How could he make any money? Zhongfeng immediately got up and ran out. No way. Get lost, I won't see you out. Chapter 766. Zhongfeng was completely enraged. So, he had been set up by Yu Shinan and the others. Zhongfeng could still hold it in. After all, he could still afford to hire a big shot to watch over the place and teach for free. But how could Zhongfeng do something like looting a burning house? 200 catties per person. Although the latter part was not mentioned, he knew it would definitely be 200 catties a month. Plus, it would be from their own share. That is to say, although Zhongfeng monopolized 50% of the profits, everything, including the expenses on the mountain and the monthly allowance for Yu Shinan and the others, he would not be left with a single cent. What the hell was this? Seeing this, the others. They were also anxious. Yu Qigong flashed and hurriedly picked up Zhongfeng, who had just walked out of the room. Fengzi, let's talk things over. We're brothers, aren't we? Listen to me about the 200 catties of paper. Zhongfeng was pressed down on the chair. Zhongfeng rolled his eyes and said, I'm not listening. Do you think I'm running a bank? I have thousands of people on this mountain, and they all need to be fed. If you do this, won't I become free labor? I won't do it. You can't say that. Look, aren't we also trying to shut the mouths of those people in the imperial court? And look at what happened yesterday. It has already made many people in the imperial court and those scholars in Chang'an unhappy. They all need to be bribed. 50 catties. Zhongfeng stretched out his hand. Just 50 catties, no more. How could he not know what these people were thinking? 50 catties. This was all for the sake of his brothers. If it were anyone else, Zhongfeng would have chopped them up with a big knife. Wasn't this obviously a scam? 200 catties. This was like slaughtering a pig. Fengzi, look at the relationship between us. You have the nerve to take out 50 catties? Are you? Yu Qigong was about to bargain. He was interrupted by Zhongfeng. You don't write or draw every day, so what do you need paper for? Don't think I don't know that you want to sell it. Zhongfeng was anxious. Yu Qigong wasn't angry. Instead, while Zhongfeng wasn't paying attention, he patted Zhongfeng's shoulder. Zhongfeng almost fainted from the slap. Fengzi, look. These old fogies have that thing in your paper mill, but this old man doesn't have it. Also, you cheated me of so much money last time. Now, I don't even dare to go home. Today, I don't have any other choice. If you don't give me some benefits, I won't be able to explain it to my family. Zhongfeng was anxious. Why was he being blamed for this? What happened last time was your fault, alright? It was your fault for kicking you out. You didn't have the ability to keep an eye on your wife. How could you blame me? Don't you have any shame? However, Zhongfeng thought about it and said, fine, since that's the case, old you, on account of Laroli, I'll give you 50 kilograms of paper. I want to have it every month. You have to give me some money for alcohol, right? My wife is fierce. Last time, you. Fine, fine, fine. 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms a month. That should be fine, right? Zhongfeng was annoyed. More importantly, he was being strangled. No one dared to be careless. Who would be able to withstand a slap if they were caught off guard? Seeing Zhongfeng compromise, Yu Qigong happily let go of Zhongfeng. Upon seeing this, Qin Qiong wanted it, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. In the end, it was Yu Qigong who said, Ayaya, look at what kind of brother I am. I've already said that brothers have to go through thick and thin together. I'm good, but old Wei. If brother Zhongfeng looks down on you, how about I give you a little every month? Qin Qiong, Zhongfeng, Wei Zhang and the others, shameless. Too shameless. Too inhumane. Seeing that Zhongfeng didn't say anything, Yu Qigong continued to hold Zhongfeng's hand and rubbed it in his palm. The calluses on his hand almost pulled the skin off the back of Zhongfeng's hand. Zhongfeng's entire body was trembling. Sigh. Look at brother Zhongfeng's soft skin and tender flesh. He's no rougher than anyone else. As he spoke, Yu Qigong slapped his head and said, Oh right, I remember now. I have a distant cousin who hasn't gotten married yet. I heard that you haven't gotten married recently, right? Zhong Feng's expression changed when he heard that. He looked at Yu Qigong's round, plate-like face in horror, then looked at the fleas scurrying about on his curly beard. His mentality completely exploded. He asked in a trembling voice, I'm already engaged. I love my fiancé very much. Don't you dare have any designs on me. You haven't gotten married yet, have you? Besides, who doesn't know that you've gotten the courtesan of Yanglai restaurant? Why are you still pretending? I'll let my distant cousin come to Chang'an tomorrow. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Look at my memory. How could I forget about old Qin? Don't worry, I'll send 100 catties to your residence tomorrow. Now, you should be able to let me go, right? After saying that, Zhong Feng looked at Yu Qigong angrily. Yu Qigong laughed out loud. He then let go of Zhong Feng. The moment he let go of Zhong Feng fled. Seeing that, Yu Qigong shouted behind him, my distant cousin will come to Chang'an in a few days. I'll let her come directly to the academy then. Chapter 767. Zhong Feng panicked. He hurriedly ran away. Did they really think that this place was a charity? When Zhong Feng left, Zhong Sun and the others were stunned. They looked at each other. So, did we ask for too much? Yu Qigong asked with some embarrassment. Wei Zheng sighed speechlessly. You. Hurry up and chase after him. What are you waiting for? They finally reacted and hurriedly chased after him. Today, they wanted to get some benefits from Zhong Feng. This guy was usually so stingy. Now that he was being generous, how could they not want to get more? But now, it seemed that they couldn't even complete the task given by the emperor, let alone them. After Zhong Feng left the small wooden house, he ran madly towards a place with a lot of people. Where were the most people now? The kitchen near the wooden house had the most people. And they were all from Tong Hui Fang. Zhong Feng's frantic running made the women and children of Tong Hui Fang pale with fright. Fengzi, what are you doing? Hurry, help me block them. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly as Zhong Feng ran through the kitchen and out the back door of the firewood room. He ran all the way to the valley on the right. They couldn't help but feel confused. What was going on? But when they turned around and saw Yu Qigong and the others chasing after him, they instantly understood. This group of living Yama must have bullied Fengzi again. Mother *K, how much did they bully Fengzi? The people of Tong Hui Fang couldn't help but feel angry. Old and young men, grab your weapons and block them for me. Go find the old village chief. Today, we will send these people to the authorities. Roar. In an instant. The people of Tong Hui Fang in the kitchen were envious. Everyone could tell that something was wrong from the way this group of people had acted the moment they came up the mountain. In the end, Fengzi had slipped away and was dragged back by the big black man. These people thought that Fengzi was easy to bully, but did they really think that everyone in Tonghui Lane was easy to bully? In an instant, everyone in Tonghui Lane, starting from the kitchen, saw this scene, and then looked at Zhong Feng who was running madly, and Yu Qigong and the others who were hot on his heels. Their eyes turned red. They also raised their weapons and blocked the path of Yu Qigong and the others. As for the veterans of the reclining workshop, they were very comfortable at the moment. Who treated them as humans in the reclining lane? Not to mention having a full meal, as long as he didn't go hungry, he would be thankful. Ordinary people would not dare to take in old, weak and disabled soldiers like them. As a result, Le Fang was jokingly called a place to wait for death by the people of Chang'an. However, Zhong Feng was very generous. Not only did he give them a profitable business, but he also gave them a lot of money. During this food shortage, everyone was about to starve to death. But, in the end, it was Fengzi who did not reject anyone and recruited them. At this time, not only did they not have to do manual labor, but they also spent the whole day weaving frames, doing carpentry, and other miscellaneous tasks. Not only did they have food and shelter, but they also earned money. Every day after work, they could even go to the market at the foot of the mountain to drink a pot of wine. This was better than the life of a deity. However, as veterans, although they could not observe the situation, As long as they were not stupid, they knew that the situation on the mountain today was looking for trouble with Feng Zi. How could they sit still? They all picked up their weapons and rushed up. Gan Jiyuan was sitting in a red brick house at the construction site, happily brewing a pot of tea and discussing with a few of his foremen about the division of labor to paint the walls. However, there was a commotion outside the door and they could not help but interrupt them. The few of them were shocked and thought that something big had happened. They hurriedly went out to take a look and were instantly dumbfounded. They saw that the thousands of people on the construction site, whether it was their subordinates, the laborers, or the students, at this time, as if half of them had gone crazy. They were yelling and holding the tools used for work and rushed to the mountain gate. What's going on? Gan Jiyuan was dumbfounded. He hurriedly grabbed a red-eyed skinny monkey and asked. The skinny monkey struggled for a while and turned his head to throw the brick in his hand at the face of the person behind him. However, after seeing Gan Jiyuan's face, he was shocked and stopped the brick that was about to fall on Gan Jiyuan's head. He asked, "Boss Gan, why are you here? Lao Tzu asked you, are you crazy or hysterical? What are you doing? You don't know?" The skinny monkey asked with his eyes wide open. Gan Jiyuan was impatient. "I just learned that the group of people who cheated our dean is here again, and this time, it's even worse. They directly want to take away all the things of our dean, and now the dean has run away tilde." "What?" Gan Jiyuan's head twitched. He asked, "Tell me in detail, what's going on?" "It's this." After the skinny monkey explained the matter in detail and hurriedly, Gan Jiyuan's face could not help but change greatly. Others might not know the identity of these people. But he knew. To be able to be with the crown prince and the others, how could their status be low? And those few lords, he also saw them this morning. Who were they? They were King dukes in the imperial court. If he were to be beaten up by these bumpkins, he would die. Gan Jiyuan could not help but run to the mountain gate with reddened eyes. "Wrong, wrong, you've got it wrong. You can't beat them." King Lao Tzu back. Chapter 768. Gan Jiyu went crazy. "These people, why did you come up the mountain for no reason? The Duke's public house can't let you go, so you had to come up the mountain. What kind of joke are you playing with us? Are you trying to kill us?" If he had known, Lao Tzu wouldn't have come to Xiao Mountain in the first place. F*ck. 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 Gan Jiyu ran forward like a madman, and the people behind him were dumbfounded. They didn't pay attention to what he said and ran forward even more crazily, wanting to avenge the dean. The thinking of the ancients was that simple. If you give me enough to eat, I'll be the one who provides for my livelihood. Who dares to touch their livelihood? That's simply asking for their lives. Moreover, in this famine, it was worse than killing one's parents. At this moment, Yu Qigong and the others were dumbfounded. Looking at the red eyes staring at them holding farm tools high in their hands, and even a child holding a pile of donkey dung, they completely lost their composure. "What are you doing? Put down the things in your hands. If there's something, let's talk nicely, okay? Why do you have to use weapons? Hey, F*ck, who is it? Who threw donkey dung at me?" Before Yu Qigong could finish, someone in the crowd threw a pile of donkey dung at his face. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his face would have been, "Kill." At this moment, the veterans of the reclining workshop came from afar. They were much simpler and more violent. How dare they mess with Zhongfeng? That was messing with their brother. What else could they do? First, they had to suppress them with their momentum. Then again. When Yu Qigong and the others heard that, their expressions changed immediately. When they saw about 100 soldiers in an irregular formation in the distance, they couldn't help but feel a little dazed. "Old Black, are these your people?" Yu Qigong asked anxiously. Cheng Yaojin didn't know and was also shocked at this moment. "They're not my people. How the F*ck would I know where they came from?" "The reclining square. They are veterans of the reclining square. They almost starved to death during the famine, so Fengzi took them in." Wei Zheng looked at the group of veterans with a serious expression and said, "These people are afraid of starvation. They probably think that we are going to do something to Feng Zi, so, Zhongsun Wuji was also anxious. Old Wei, just tell me what to do. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were so anxious that their eyes turned red. They were at the very front, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Most importantly, they didn't even have a weapon. Qin Qiong said, "Why don't we return to the room and make plans? Since they are soldiers, there should be people who recognize us. As long as they see us, as long as they are not idiots, they will retreat. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. He hurriedly ran back. On the other side, Li Chengqian and the others hummed a little tune as they sat on the 5 palanquins in a drunken stupor, slowly running up the mountain. When they entered the market at the foot of the mountain, Li Chengqian's guard, who had been guarding the place, hurriedly reported something that made Li Chengqian's soul leave his body. "Young Master Li, just now, the 4 great families went up the mountain. Then, Eunuch Wei and the others also went up the mountain. After that, something seemed to have happened to the dean. The mountain was in chaos and everyone was attacking Eunuch Wei and the others. We didn't know what to do, so we could only wait for you here." When they heard this, their legs almost turned to jelly. Cheng Chumo crawled out of the sedan chair in horror and looked up the mountain. Hearing the faintly discernible noise, he couldn't help but ask guiltily, "Li Chengqian, we seem to have forgotten something important yesterday." Hearing this, Li Chengqian's expression changed drastically. He looked at Du Go and asked, "What is it?" It seems, Wei Shuyu glanced up the mountain, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "It seems that we forgot to go home and tell our family about this." Buzz! In an instant, a thunderclap sounded in their heads. The hell! They are dead for sure. Let me ask you, did something happen at home yesterday? Li Chengqian hurriedly asked the guard. Hearing this, the guard looked at the sweat on Li Chengqian's forehead and their pale faces and said, "Something came. I heard that great scholar Ouyang caused a ruckus in the imperial study. It seems that something happened at the city gates." The hell! They are dead for sure. Li Chengqian wanted to cry. Yesterday, he originally wanted to return to the palace. In the end, he learned that a group of girls from Gugurio had come. Then, they went to Swallow Descent restaurant. Until now, they had completely forgotten about this important matter. This time, Li Chengqian instantly thought of everything. The more he thought, the uglier Li Chengqian's expression became. He hurriedly waved his hand, and without caring about cursing, he hurriedly boarded the sedan chair and rushed up the mountain. "Go! Quickly go up the mountain. If we are late, we will definitely die," Li Chengqian exclaimed. Instantly, Cheng Chumo and the others also reacted. They threw out a handful of copper coins and roared, "Hurry up! There will be a big reward." Hearing this, the 5 sedan bearers also became spirited. They didn't even bother to pick up the coins on the ground. With a furious shout, they rushed up the mountain. Chapter 769. Reporting. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the Imperial Garden, Li Shimin and Empress Zhongsun were talking about something. The sudden report made the two of them stop talking. Li Shimin waved his hand, and the Jinwu guards surrounding the pavilion let a person in civilian clothes enter the pavilion. As soon as the person entered, he reported, "Your Majesty, something happened on the mountain." After Yu Shenan and the others reached an agreement with Zhong Feng, for some reason, Zhong Feng quarreled with Prime Minister Wei and the others. After that, Zhong Feng ran away. After that, the people of Tonghui Square and the old soldiers of the Enla Square all rioted, causing the mountain to be in a mess. Li Shimin was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What happened in the end? Why did the rioting happen?" "I don't know the details. I only know that it seems to be because of the farce caused by Zhong Feng and Prince Zhong, causing everyone to think that it was because the emperor and the other dukes were trying to trick Zhong Feng. And this time, it's still the same." Li Shimin frowned and asked, "What about the crown prince and the others? I heard that they went down the mountain yesterday. Where are they now? Did he say anything?" Li Shimin had already spread his spies all over the mountain. On one hand, he wanted to protect Zhong Feng from those who had bad intentions. On the other hand, because of the farce caused by Zhong Feng last time, Li Shimin was not prepared at all. Therefore, Li Shimin arranged many spies on the mountain to know what happened at the first moment. As for what Zhong Feng wanted to do, Li Shimin did not care. At worst, he would just destroy the academy. This little place, this little bit of money, he, Li Shimin, could still afford it. However, would Zhong Feng mess around? Obviously not. From all the things that Zhong Feng had done before, Zhong Feng was not a person who liked to mess around. When the spy heard this, he hesitated for a long time. Just as Li Shimin was getting impatient, he said, "When I just went down the mountain, I saw the crown prince and the others returning." When Li Shimin heard that, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. The crown prince and the others did not return to the mountain last night? No, Vampate. This is getting more and more outrageous. Go and tell the crown prince that I know about this matter. Let him do as he sees fit. Yes. The spy was shocked when he heard this. Li Shimin glanced at the displeased Zhongsun Wugo and said, "Leave this matter to the crown prince. If he doesn't handle it well, let him go to the Ministry of Justice to receive his punishment." Yes. After saying that, the spy hurriedly left as if he had just been granted amnesty. After the spy left, Zhongsun Wugo said with some displeasure, "Second brother, Cheng Qian is still young after all, and he is the crown prince. If you do this, it is precisely because he is the crown prince that I have decided to punish him. Do you see how many people are watching every move of Xiao Shan right now? It's fine if he doesn't leave the palace, but once he does, how many pairs of eyes are watching him? All he knows is to follow Cheng Chumo and the other bastards to Yanglai restaurant. If I don't punish them this time, if the court officials bring this matter to the palace, it won't be so easy to deal with it. Why did I let him go? Maid Guanyin should know." Zhongsun Wugo nodded. "She does know, but these things require a process of growth. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, he is indeed somewhat. Not going to Yanglai restaurant might be because of Zhong Feng's arrangements. Why do you think Feng Zi would arrange for them to go to Yanglai restaurant at this time?" Li Shimin stared speechlessly at Zhongsun Wugo and sighed. You are always so partial to them." Zhongsun Wugo covered her mouth and chuckled. "After all, he is the crown prince. At home, I will educate him. But on the mountain, only Zhong Feng will teach him. We don't need to cause trouble for ourselves." Li Shimin thought for a while and finally nodded. "Fine, let's see how they clean up this mess. After all, according to Zhong Feng's temper, he definitely won't do such a stupid thing. Moreover, if it was Zhong Feng, I should have a piece of white paper with me in less than 2 hours after they left the mountain yesterday. This is Zhong Feng's temper. He likes to let me know everything he does." Zhongsun Wugo was surprised. Didn't second brother say that Prince Zhong isn't someone who likes to show off? That's the case with other people. But with me. Li Shimin laughed and shook his head. "This brat is only happy because he wants to make me suffer." Zhongsun Wugo laughed. "Isn't this because second brother tricked him to open an academy and scammed him of his secret winemaking recipe? If it was someone else, they would have already lost their temper with you." Ha ha ha, waves of laughter came from the palace. On the stone steps in front of a small tavern in Chang'an's Tonghui Lane, Shiva looked at the white paper in his hand. His finger moved back and forth on the words White Deer College for a long time. Then, he looked at the tavern's signboard and hurriedly walked out of the city. Chapter 770. White paper. Although it had only appeared for one afternoon, it was like a bomb. However, this piece of white paper was like a heavy bomb. It caused waves like an earthquake in Chang'an. This was what everyone was talking about when they were strolling around after meals. It was the same in restaurants and tea houses. Basically, the price of a piece of white paper on the black market had already reached a terrifying price of 1 tael of silver. 5 taels of silver. That was 5,000 strings of cash. Even so, there was still no market for it. After all, the people who had gotten their hands on the paper yesterday treated it like a treasure. Those who were in a hurry to buy it were the aristocratic families, the nobles, the imperial college, and the people of Hongwen-Guan. Most people were stunned by the White Deer College when they saw the words White Deer College. What was going on with White Deer College? Why were there so many troublesome things happening every now and then? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but stare. What they didn't notice was that Shiva was silently collecting information right under their noses. Shiva had been in Chang'an for 3 days. He had spent the past 3 days squatting in front of the tavern. Although the kind-hearted people in Tonghui Lane had told him that Zhong Feng had already gone to Xiao Mountain to be the dean, he had not been in Chang'an for a long time. So many strange things had appeared in Chang'an, which made Shiva even more curious. Regardless of whether it was the cooperative or the beer and barbecue, they were all new to him. They were like gifts from the heavens. After asking around carefully, Shiva was even more shocked to find out that these things were actually made by Zhong Feng. This bit of information stimulated Shiva's nerves. What was this? This was great wisdom, and it was something that they really needed urgently. When he was in Zhenla, he had been scrambling for information about Zhong Feng. When a caravan from the Tang dynasty had entered Zhenla, Shiva had found out by chance that Zhong Feng had opened a magical academy in Chang'an. He had been unable to sit still. That was why he came to Chang'an regardless of everything. However, on the first day, his eagerness to see Zhong Feng was reduced by a lot. Instead, the things that Zhong Feng had done, as well as the things related to Zhong Feng that were circulating in Chang'an City, made Shiva's blood boil. What is this? This was the foundation of a country. Waiter, here's today's food. While Shiva was savoring the feast, the person he was waiting for finally arrived. In these 3 days, other than going to Zhong Feng's tavern to wait, Shiva also went to the dozens of braised meat shops in Chang'an. He was waiting for someone. A person that everyone called Uncle He. He found out from the crowd that this person called Uncle He was the closest person to Zhong Feng. If one wanted to go up Xiao Mountain safely, they had to go with him. Otherwise, there would be many people who wanted to go up Xiao Mountain every day. However, the first hurdle was to go through the group of people from the Enrich. However, in the past few days, Shiva's relationship with the people who delivered fresh braised meat to the Enrich had improved. Finally, today was the day that Shiva had waited. After Shiva hurriedly paid with a bag of food, he ordered the little boy to return to the post house to report. Then, he hurriedly followed Uncle He and the others' caravan. Oh, isn't this the prince? Why? Are you really going to look for Fengzi? Uncle He had known about this guy for a long time. However, he had been dragging it out. However, this guy had been asking about Fengzi every day, and he didn't have any bad intentions. Uncle He couldn't help but be tempted. However, he was a little conflicted. He felt a little uncomfortable that such a good thing would be sent to such a vulgar place. However, this was Fengzi's business. Moreover, he knew that Fengzi had cheated him last time. Therefore, when he first came to Chang'an, Uncle He already knew Shiva's plan. Without his approval, the workers in Tonghui Fang wouldn't dare to accept people without his permission. Not to mention Fengzi, with the old village chief's temper, it would be strange if he didn't break your leg. Shiva saw that Uncle He took the initiative to greet him, so he let go of his worries. He clasped his hands and said, "Shiva greets Uncle He. Ha ha ha." Uncle He laughed heartily. Everyone in the caravan laughed. Before, they were worthless slaves. However, since they followed Zhong Feng, not to mention those high-ranking officials and dignitaries, even the prince of this country bowed to them. What was this? This was all brought by Zhong Feng. They didn't dare to do this before, but today, they saw it on the streets of Chang'an City. Uncle He laughed a few times and waved his hand to stop the caravan full of goods. He let Shiva get on the ox cart. Then, the group of people staggered out of the city gate of Chang'an City. However, just as they were about to walk out of the city gate, they saw Zhu Zi's father hurriedly entering the city. When he saw Uncle He, Zhu Zi's father grabbed the reins of Uncle He's ox and said, "Something happened on the mountain." Fengzi was angry and left. Chapter 771. On the mountain. The situation at the moment was rather delicate. It was tense. Although Yu Qigong, Cheng Yarojin, and Qin Shubao were blocking the crowd, they could only keep the angry crowd outside the wooden hut. The old village chief seemed to have made up his mind. He pulled a chair over and sat at the door of Zhong Feng's wooden hut. He sipped his tea leisurely and chatted with the people around him. What should we do? Are they rebelling? Wei Zheng looked at the crowd with a sour expression and asked again, "We came here with a mission today. You should know how powerful this thing is. If people find out that even Master Li doesn't have it, won't he be embarrassed?" Everyone's expression turned even more sour when they heard that. Zhongsun Wuji glared at Yu Qigong and said, "It's all your fault. I told you when we came up the mountain today that this kid is amenable to persuasion but not coercion. You just wouldn't listen. Look what happened now." Yu Qigong was also anxious. How would I know that this kid is so easily provoked? He was just scolded by Ouyang Zun and the others and didn't even dare to say a word. Why is he acting like this when it comes to us? Zhongsun Wuji rolled his eyes. Do you think this kid is easy to deal with? Forget it, forget it. Let's just wait to be scolded when we get back today. I guess Master Li already knows about what happened here. Look at what you've done. The others heard that. They couldn't help but think of Li Shimin's words. They were also anxious. What should we do? Oh my, you guys are really... Yu Qigong grabbed his hair and paced around anxiously. He glanced outside through the crack of the door and thought of the Emperor's orders. He couldn't help but feel anxious. He was so anxious that he scratched his head. Suddenly, Yu Qigong seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his thigh and said, "I remember now. It's those princes. Li Gan and the others who delayed things yesterday. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this state. I'll go and capture that bastard Chen Tianyu. Damn it, they should have heard about what happened on Xiao Mountain, right? Why aren't they coming back?" As he spoke, Yu Qigong was about to run away. However, as soon as he opened the door, the crowd gathered around him once again. He had also made a mistake. She hurriedly closed the door. If they were enemies, he wouldn't be afraid. But these were the people of the Tang dynasty, and they were also that guy's men. He didn't dare to do that. Outside the door, Gan Jiyuan, who had been anxiously pacing around the village chief, almost knelt down the moment he saw Yu Qigong open the door. "Old village chief. Sir, just tell me, what do I have to do to let them out? Tell me, they are all friends of the dean. Do you have to be like this? Is there a need?" The old village head's eyes widen. "Didn't you see what these guys did before? Let me ask you, you also drank that white wine. What do you think it is?" That was the blood, sweat, and tears of Fengzi's family. Moreover, Fengzi's parents are still watching from the barren hills of Phoenix Mountain. Look at it again. It was taken away by them. Put yourself in their shoes. If your family heirloom was taken away by someone, what would you do? Old village chief. The cold sweat on Gan Jiyuan's face didn't dry at all. He looked at the veterans and became even angrier. Others might not know these veterans, but they should know Yu Qigong and the other two, right? However, these guys didn't say anything or leave. They just followed behind the crowd. Gan Jiyuan was so angry that he secretly swore that he would never deal with the people from the Serenity House again. But now, he couldn't help but be nervous. After all, the people in this room were all high dukes. If he really angered them, the consequences would be very serious. Old village chief, you also know that although the dean is very resourceful, 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands, right? So you've seen it too. Take the braised meat shop for example. If it weren't for the help of those young masters, do you think we could have turned the pig that no one cared about into something that everyone liked? Although they did play a role in this matter, how can it be compared to white wine? After all, this pork has fallen behind. How can it be compared to white wine? The old village chief stomped his walking stick a few times and pointed at the kitchen bitterly. Moreover, if it weren't for Fengzi, you would have King gone hungry by now. If it weren't for him, fine salt. You'd still be eating vinegar cloth now. Hearing this, Gan Jiyuan couldn't continue. Although these were all handled by the dean, without them, even if the dean had 1,000 hands, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Seeing that he couldn't get through to the old village chief, Gan Jiyuan gave a fist salute and said, "Dear neighbors, I don't know what happened, but now it's definitely blown up. Once Laro Li and the others get angry, it means that all the ways the dean fought for to make money for the academy will be completely gone. At that time, you'll feel that today's matter is harming the dean. It's said that even blood-related brothers often fight, let alone them. So, I still want to say something fair. These brothers are just playing around. There's no need, really no need, unless you want to harm the dean, you can all. However, at this moment, waves of quarreling broke out at the entrance of the mountain. They are here. Old village chief, they are here. The culprit is here. Hearing this, the old village chief hurriedly stood up and frowned. He stared into the distance and asked, "Who's here?" "It's those bastards, Chen Tianyu and the others." Hearing this, the old village chief was instantly enraged. "It's all because of you bastards. If it weren't for you, would Fengzi be like this today? Men, tie him up and send him to the authorities." Chapter 772. He heard the voices outside. The eyes of Cheng Yarojin and the others lit up. He didn't care if they would do anything to his son. He just leaned against the crack of the door and looked outside. At this moment, Cheng Chumo and the others were dumbfounded. As soon as they reached the mountain gate, they were frightened by the angry people and retreated. Although Cheng Chumo and the others were afraid, they still stood in front of Li Chengqian at the critical moment. Each of them picked up a cobblestone and pointed at the crowd, shouting angrily, "What do you want to do? Step back. All of you, step back for Laro Tsu. If you don't step back, Laro Tsu, Laro Tsu. Ouch, F***ck, who threw donkey dung at me? Here. Hey, you bastard, bastard." Not waiting for him to finish, someone threw a pile of donkey dung at Cheng Chumo and the others, one after another, causing them to howl in grief. "Bad people, you are bad people." Steamed Bun had somehow squeezed to the front of the crowd. He pouted and looked very cute. Cheng Chumo hurriedly picked up Steamed Bun under the rain of bullets and asked, "Steamed Bun, be good. Tell me what's going on. Tell me, I'll give you this." As he spoke, Cheng Chumo hurriedly took out a golden leaf from his bosom. Children liked this kind of strange thing. After seeing the golden leaf in Cheng Chumo's hand, the anger on Steamed Bun's face instantly disappeared without a trace. He looked at the golden leaf in Cheng Chumo's hand and wrapped his arms around his neck. "Take it, it's for you. Tell me, what happened to your brother Fengzi?" "Oh." Steamed Bun looked guiltily at his mother and the others who were glaring at him. He secretly held the golden leaf in his hand and said, "Brother Fengzi was angered by the bad people inside and ran away. When he left, he told us to block these bad people." "Yes, and you guys." When Cheng Chumo and the others heard this, their eyes almost popped out. How could they not know why they had come up the mountain today? Perhaps he was trying to trick Zhong Feng because of paper. Was Fengzi so easy to trick? Li Chengqian hurriedly asked, "Where did Fengzi go?" "Steamed Bun, do you want to be beaten up?" The old village chief roared. However, it was already too late. Steamed Bun had already pointed to the valley on the right. How could Li Chengqian and the others not know? That was the location of the forging workshop. Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other. They hurriedly threw down the steamed buns and ran with her in their arms. For this matter, Zhong Feng had to come out. Otherwise, there would be a big mess today. Gan Jiyuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Cheng Chumo and the others leave in a hurry. This matter could finally be resolved. In the distance, Yu Shanan and the others were smiling as they looked over. Seeing Cheng Chumo and the others rush off in another direction, they couldn't help but nod in agreement. "Brother Boshi, do you think he has such great appeal now?" Ouyang Zun asked in surprise. Yu Shanan narrowed his eyes, looked at the house, and then looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "You don't say. This kid has an indescribable charm. Not only can he make the emperor, the crown prince, and the others like him, but he can also make ordinary people like him. This is just like what old man Kong once said. It's very apt." Of course, everyone knew what Yu Shanan was talking about. However, this made them even more shocked. At this moment, with his hands behind his back, Yu Shanan looked at the people chasing behind him and Wei Zheng and the others who were rushing over. He said indifferently, he once said something. I don't know if you've heard it. It was also because of this sentence that old man decided to go up the mountain. Chu Suiliang stared and asked, What shocking words did he say again? Frowning and coldly facing thousands of people's censure, bowing down and willing to be a child's ock. Buzz. When Yu Shanan's voice fell, everyone was shocked. Although they couldn't figure out which famous sentence it was in an ancient book even after racking their brains, the meaning of this sentence shocked everyone instantly like a heavy hammer. Brother Boshi, you said that this was what Zhongfeng said? How can he say such words? This is definitely a great scholar who has seen through the world of mortals. No, only an expert can say such words, right? Him. Chu Suiliang, Xueji, and the others were furious. How could this be something that a 20-year-old brat could say? This was simply going to scare people to death, all right? But Yu Shanan nodded and said, that's right, it was that little brat who said it. Moreover, it was the emperor himself who said it to this old man. Do you think that the emperor is trying to flatter that little brat? The emperor, could he say such words? No. They knew the emperor. Therefore, at this time, looking at Cheng Chumo and the others who were about to disappear from their sight, they couldn't help but look at the spirit. It seemed that they wanted to see through the layers of barriers and see what kind of monster that kid was. Ouyang Zun swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and said, Brother Boshi, who is this kid's teacher? Which expert's disciple is he? Is it Mr. Yushan? Or? Yu Shanan smiled bitterly, I don't know. I heard that this kid is quite mysterious, but he is not the disciple of someone we know. You know, I once heard Yuan Tiangang say that there are as many strange people in this world as there are hairs on an ox. It's just that we don't have the affinity. Chapter 773. On the other side. In a col in the depths of Mount Xiao. It was by the rapids under the building of the student and teacher dormitory. This was where the forging workshop was located. At this time, the workshop had only slightly chiseled one side of the steep mountain wall, and then used bricks and cement to level out a piece of flat ground. On the flat ground, a mess of forging tools were piled up everywhere. However, there was not a single blacksmith to be seen. Only Zhongfeng was there. He lit up a small smelting furnace and threw pieces of scrap iron into the crucible. Looking at the red iron, Zhongfeng couldn't help but listen to something. Then he looked in the direction of the mountain gate and muttered, strange, according to these people's nature, they should have arrived by now. It's been an hour, why haven't they come yet? This is not their style. Zhongfeng sighed and continued to look at the furnace fire, thinking about what to do in the future. Now, the academy could officially start in a month. That was the beginning of September after the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was no different from the beginning of September in his previous life. However, the problem was that this was the Tang dynasty, and the most important thing was the textbooks. Although he had paid a great price to keep Yu Shanan and the others on the mountain, it was still a problem how to get the textbooks. Moreover, the matter this time was a little beyond his expectations. He originally thought that all the students would be happy and even grateful when this paper was released. But the reality seemed to be a little different from what he thought. Especially the problem of the price. Although the cost was very low, once this low-cost paper was released, Extraordinary would not let him make a profit. Instead, it would become something that would cost him his life. At this time, how could he not see the behavior of Yu Shanan and the others? It seemed that they were really taking advantage of him. In fact, they wanted to take the unknown risk for him. How could he, who had lived 2 lives, not know these things? As for Laro Li and the others, Zhongfeng really didn't want them to stand out. How good would it be if the 4 great scholars stood out to take the blame? Why did he have to drag them down? Fengzi, hurry to the mountain gate, something happened. At this moment, Zhongsun unleashed his potential and rushed to the front of the crowd, arriving at Zhongfeng's workshop. He immediately interrupted Zhongfeng's train of thought. Zhongfeng took a deep breath and glanced at Zhongsun. He shook his head and said, I've thought about it and decided not to go. Fengzi, aren't you just a piece of paper? Now that old Wei and the others are stuck in the door, how can this go on? It's not that I don't want to give it to them. Tell me, when did I refuse to give you anything? If there's anything good, I'll give it to you immediately, okay? Zhongsun pursed his lips. Those sunglasses of yours, why didn't you get one for us? Zhongfeng felt a headache coming on. All right, all right, all right. When the forging workshop is done, I'll do it for you, all right? But this has nothing to do with sunglasses. Think about it. What kind of consequences will my paper cause? Consequences? Zhong Sun scratched the back of his head and looked at Zhong Feng in confusion. At this moment, only then did Li Chengqian and the others arrive breathlessly. As soon as they arrived, Cheng Chumo sat down on the ground and panted heavily. Fengzi, you have to uphold justice for us. Look at your brother's face. Is this something a human can do? This is all because of those stubborn and unruly people. All right, all right, all right. Zhong Feng quickly interrupted him. Looking at the angry crowd in Tonghui workshop behind him, he cupped his fists and said, "Let's go. This is a misunderstanding. Fengzi, you have something to say. Did these guys force you? It's okay if you don't want to say it. Just blink and we'll throw him down the mountain." Cheng Chumo and the others heard this and subconsciously looked at the cliff below the workshop. They hurriedly went inside with a guilty conscience. Zhong Feng hurriedly stopped them and said, "How is this forced? This is a misunderstanding. I was just joking when I asked you to stop them. We were just joking." Zhu Zi's father and Zheng Tufu waved the weapons in their hands and glared at them. "Fengzi, don't be afraid. If there's anything, I'll uphold justice for you. Even if we have to go to court, we'll let these stubborn Chang'an know that we, Tonghui." Zhu Zi's father, Zheng Tufu, "Can you guys stop for a while? This is really a joke. You guys go and do what you're supposed to do. I'm still busy." Zhong Feng tried his best to persuade them. Only then did they disperse. It was as if they could rush over at any time if something went wrong. After a long time, seeing that Zhong Feng and the others were fine, they slowly left. After they left, Li Chengqian continued to ask Zhong Sun the question and said, "Fengzi, what are you going to do about this? This is too big." Zhong Feng nodded. "You guys really don't understand? All right, since you guys don't understand, I'll explain it to you. This is actually a class, a psychology class. Today, I'll let you guys see what I, Zhong Feng, am capable of. What do you think? Also, think about it carefully. Everything that happened today, why did I only give you Shan'an and the others paper and not your father?" Chapter 774. Hearing this, Li Chengqian couldn't help but frown. He did know about this. However, in his opinion, the appearance of paper blank was bound to become a trend, and the current trend of valuing martial arts over literature in the Tang dynasty would disappear in an instant. Didn't many people in the imperial court say that the emperor valued martial arts over literature? At this time, everyone in the imperial court knew that on the surface, White Deer College on Xiao Mountain was mine, which meant that it was the emperor's order. Once paper blank appeared, then, Fengzi, do you mean that once this thing appears, it will directly cause the hatred of the big clans? Du Go asked after thinking for a long time. Zhong Feng nodded, but then shook his head. "Let's go down the mountain and have a drink. By the way, let's call them. Let's talk about this openly today." While speaking, Zhong Feng glanced at the burned smelting furnace and could only sigh. It seemed that this thing was really a specialization in different fields. It was really difficult to make a piece of steel with one's own hands. On the way down the mountain, Zhong Feng didn't mention anything about papermaking, and even the smelting furnace was a topic of aptitude. Zhong Sun also hurried up the mountain. Seeing Ouyang Zun and others ask, he said the word psychology. Instantly, the four great scholars were completely lost in thought, and also took this opportunity to tell Zhong Sun Wuji and others about Zhong Feng's intention. What could they say? After knowing that Zhong Feng didn't do it on purpose, they were overjoyed and hurried down the mountain with Zhong Sun. An hour later, men and women who wanted to admire Zhong Feng's true appearance had long since gathered around the thatched stall filled with fermented wine. Especially those women from Chang'an. After they found out that Zhong Feng was not married, they were even more desperate. Every day, they would come to the market square at the foot of the mountain to see if they could get lucky and see Zhong Feng. As for the youths, they wanted to squat here, hoping to gain Zhong Feng's approval or favor and be summoned up the mountain. Now, White Deer College was famous. Every day, People who wanted to go up the mountain to study could line up from the entrance of Chang'an City to Xiao Mountain for a round trip. However, White Deer College's enrollment requirements had also been raised. Under Zhong Feng's instructions, along with Li Chengqian and Du Go's group of 3, they set up a student recruitment office in this new market, which was also the entrance to White Deer College. Everyone who wanted to go up the mountain was reported here. As for the students, it was even simpler. If you were given a list, you would have already filled it out or drawn some patterns that could be clearly recognized by everyone. As long as you were literate or knew how to cook, you would be able to get in. However, there were still some exceptions. For example, it was difficult for those who came from a slightly better family, those who were just idling around and waiting for death. After all, those who could stay in this student recruitment office were basically people who were well versed in Chang'an City or were involved in the affairs of the various prefectures. You want to bluff your way through? Save it then. At this moment, the only chance was to wait for Dean Zhongfeng to come down the mountain and show off your skills in front of him. This was what the staff at the student recruitment office said. At this moment, the reason why everyone was gathered around the fermented glutinous rice paste stall was because Zhongfeng had actually come. Amidst the exclamations of the women, Zhongfeng led a group of rich second generations from Chang'an City and sat in front of the glutinous rice stall. Zhongfeng even waved at the crowd in an extremely showy manner. In an instant, all the women were infatuated. Wow! Lord Zhong, you're so handsome. I heard that Lord Zhong is still a virgin. Sisters, don't fight for him. He's mine. Get lost. Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you can compare with Miss Zhong? Can you compare with Miss Jingshu from Yanglai Restaurant? You're not worthy. In the crowd, a woman who was as strong as Jiao Khan glared at Zhongfeng with red eyes and roared. In an instant, a group of women asked 3 questions in a row. However, Zhongfeng pretended not to see or hear anything. He cupped his fists and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I've invited my friends to a banquet again today. I have something important to discuss with them. Later, if you have any problems, you can look for this young master. He will be fully responsible for it." As he spoke, Zhongfeng pointed at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian looked at the boiling sea of people and instantly felt like his head was about to explode. "Master, we're all from Chang'an City. We've long heard of Lord Zhong's benevolence and righteousness. Although we've indeed wasted our time in the past, with your enlightenment, we'd like to enter White Deer College. We hope that, Master." "That's right, Master. We've heard that in books, education is open to all. We hope that Master can understand the hardships we're going through to learn." Lord Zhu, Master, Zhongfeng was speechless. If you had any real ability, would you have been blocked? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you haven't met the requirements of the college. However, it doesn't matter. The college will still recruit students next year. If you're really interested in learning, why don't you learn a skill at home? When you enter the college, you might be able to get a good score. If you're outstanding, you might even be able to learn from me. What do you think? Really? Is that true? Master is too careless. Chapter 775. Finally, under the influence of Zhongfeng's great conman, these people ran away in a daze. As for those women, Zhongfeng just responded with a charming smile. In bursts of exclamations, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Just when Zhongfeng thought that his charm had reached such a level, he turned around and saw Yu Qigong, who was a killjoy, staring at him with his bell-sized eyes. Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong were standing behind him. They were doing strange things. Zhongfeng smiled embarrassedly. "Liao, go to the food factory and tell them what I said. Give me good food and wine." Hearing this, Liao, who was hiding on the side, hurriedly wiped the cold sweat on his face and ran away. Zhongfeng pointed to the table. Cheng Chumo and the others tactfully put the 3 tables together. Then they sat down. As soon as they sat down, Wei Zheng couldn't wait to ask, "Fengzi, tell me why you don't give us paper. Even if you don't give it to us, you should at least give some to Laro Li, right?" After all, Zhongfeng waved his hand and stopped Wei Zheng. He sighed and said, "Old Wei, the more I have difficulties." "What difficulties?" Wei Zheng asked. Fang Xianling and the others also stroked their beards and looked at Zhong Feng at this time. Zhong Feng looked at the market square and said, "As you can see, Xiao Mountain has undergone earth-shaking changes since I came here. But this also requires money to operate. What management? Now there are about 5,000 people on this mountain. That's more than 5,000 mouths to feed. I'm alone, how can I get to the point?" Wei Zheng coughed and said. Zhong Feng smacked his lips. He didn't say anything. Wei Zheng was so anxious that he wanted to beat him. But when he turned around, he found that Laro He and the others were carrying a big steamer basket and food boxes of various sizes. Only then did he sit down again. After Old He served the dishes, Zhong Feng said, "Old He, we still have some serious matters to discuss. Keep an eye on us and don't let anyone get close. This is a matter of life and death." Old He naturally knew what had happened on the mountain. When he heard Zhong Feng's words, he glanced at Wei Zheng and the others with a serious expression. Then, he hurriedly nodded and left. A moment later, a large group of men holding butcher's knives rushed out of the food factory and surrounded the fermented wine spy. Zhong Feng said indifferently, "If you want to know the reason, you should go back and ask Laro Li what he promised me. Back then, if it weren't for his words, I wouldn't have bothered to set up a workshop so quickly. But it's been a few days, and there's been no news of what he promised me. I've sent someone to ask around, and the thing he said was not in Chotzi City at all. I've also looked into it. If it weren't for my quick wits, I would have been fooled by him." After Li Shimin tricked him with Emperor Yang's sword, Zhong Feng almost couldn't sleep the whole night. He thought about it carefully again and again. From the novels, television shows, movies, unofficial histories, and Tang histories of his previous life, he hadn't heard of the whereabouts of Emperor Yang's sword. Even if it did exist, it wouldn't have appeared in a place as far away as Chotzi City. In his memory, the Tang histories once said that Emperor Yang had been surrounded in the underground palace by Li Shimin and his men. Emperor Yang then committed suicide. In other words, his personal sword was either kept in the royal treasury as something to show off, or it was awarded to a meritorious official. How could it be among the common people? Zhong Feng suddenly realized that he had been fooled. However, Wei Zheng and the others didn't know what the emperor had promised Zhong Feng. On second thought, Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, and the others discussed and said, "Feng Zi, this isn't the time to throw a tantrum. You should know that although paper is good, it's not something you can bear alone. Once you use paper, it's equivalent to making the books that those aristocratic families are so proud of become worthless in an instant. Do you think you would do the same if someone made something that you treasured become worthless in an instant?" The more Wei Zheng spoke, the more serious his expression became. It was as if this matter was so serious that someone would come to kill Zhong Feng at any time. Zhong Feng, on the other hand, was indifferent. Seeing this, Wei Zheng glanced at Zhongsun Wuji. Zhongsun Wuji sighed and said, "Feng Zi, let's not talk about other things. Just now on the mountain, you said in front of the 4 great scholars that 1 copper coin per kilogram of paper. Is that true?" "It's true, but that's a matter for the future." Zhongsun Wuji heard this and looked at Wei Zheng and the others. Yu Qigong knocked on the table and said, "Boy, you're courting death. You know the value of Xian paper." "I know. But I didn't say that paper is so cheap now. This is a kind of strategy. Do you understand strategy?" Zhong Feng knocked on the table. Li Chengqian immediately pricked up his ears and said, "I'd like to hear more." The so-called strategy of planning before acting is not only used in military books. This thing can be used in many ways. For example, how can I, Zhong Feng, not know that if I sell it too cheaply, there will be middlemen who will profit from the difference? Wei Zheng heard this and nodded. "Since you've thought of it, then why did you?" I said, "This is a kind of strategy." "What is it?" "This is where my charm lies. You've known me for so long. Have you ever seen me, Zhong Feng, do that kind of business without any cost?" "No." Chapter 776. The so-called planning before acting is actually psychology. I called you here today to discuss this matter with you. After Zhong Feng finished speaking, Wei Zheng, Yu Qigong, and Cheng Yaojin asked in unison, "What is this psychological warfare you speak of?" "That's not right." Wei Zheng added, It's psychology. Could this be a new subject in your academy? Zhong Feng rubbed his forehead and said, it can be considered a new subject in my academy. However, let's not talk about this today. Let's talk about paper first. How much do you think this paper should be sold for? 1,000. No matter what, it can't be lower than Xian paper. Old man agrees too. Old man thinks that it's appropriate to sell this paper for 1,000 strings of cash. However, do you think anyone will buy it? The few of them spoke one after another. Li Chengqian and the others nodded in contemplation, frowning occasionally. Zhong Feng, on the other hand, was eating and drinking the entire time with a smile without saying a word. After a long time, Zhong Feng said, actually, I initially wanted to sell this paper for 1,000 strings of string of cash. But after thinking about it, Li Gan, you also know the cost of this thing, so I felt that 100 copper coins would be the most appropriate. But I also felt that if I really did that, it would definitely benefit other profiteers. So I divided the paper mill's shares into 6 portions, one for each family. What about me? Also, what about old Wei? Yu Qigong could not take it anymore and hurriedly stepped forward. He was extremely jealous of the paper mill. Not to mention the paper mill, just the salt mine alone was enough to make these old fogies rich. That was only 10% of the shares. Now, there was the paper mill as well. Heavens! It was already good enough that he could choke Zhong Feng and ask him for it. When Zhong Feng heard this, he said, don't worry. Since we're all here, we're all brothers. We'll temporarily split the paper-making workshop like this. However, I'll leave the issue of selling to you. I only want 700 copper coins. As for how much you sell, I don't care. When Yu Qigong heard this, his eyes, which were as big as copper bells, instantly narrowed into crescents. Although he didn't get 10% of the profits, what the F***ck was this? This was even more profitable than the dividends they had received. It was simply a huge profit. Even if he sold it for 1,000 copper coins per catty, he would still be able to earn 300 copper coins. Oh my god! Is this the manifestation of my Yuchi clan's ancestor? Compared to Yu Qigong's excitement, Qin Qiong was a little better. Seeing this, he also cupped his fists in excitement. Little friend, don't worry. I, old Wei, will take this matter to heart. I definitely won't accept too much. I'm selling it at a discount. When Yu Qigong heard this, the thoughts in his mind instantly vanished. Wei Zhang and the others didn't mind. Li Chengqian, on the other hand, couldn't sit still. Fengzi, if they all have one, then what about me? How about me? When they heard this, half of the fire in their hearts was extinguished. Right, if they all had one, then what about the crown prince? What about the emperor? This was distributed according to family members. How could the emperor be the same as them and only get 10% of the profits? Zhong Feng hadn't thought that far. He thought about it and said, you and your father will each get 10%. When he heard this, Li Chengqian sat there happily and counted with his fingers. The others also felt a little more at ease. Cough cough, Fengzi, have you forgotten that there's still the matter of the honorary vice president? Zhong Sun Wuji waited for the others to finish speaking before asking leisurely. Zhong Feng's eyes instantly widened. Right, how could he have forgotten about that old man? What the F***ck? After some thought, Zhong Feng said, well, when Laro Li delivers the things he promised me, I'll arrange it myself. Enough talk, let's drink. Wait a moment. After they finished dividing the spoils, Wei Zheng held down Zhong Feng's chopsticks and asked with a smile, now that we've finished talking, can you tell us why you didn't give us the paper? If this gets out, Laro Li and the rest of us will lose face in Chang'an City. You're not a good brother. When Zhong Feng saw that they had brought the topic back to this, he knew that he couldn't avoid it. He could only sigh and say, I know how you feel, but you should know that this is not something I can decide. Once the white paper is released, it will inevitably have a conflict of interest with the 4 major paper mills in Chang'an City and the Ministry of Works. The reason why I didn't give it to you was that old Li broke his promise to me. Most importantly, I didn't want to get you involved in this. Do you know why I gave it to the 4 great scholars? When they heard this, they shook their heads. Even if they had their own thoughts, They didn't dare to make wild guesses. That's because, as great scholars, they come from aristocratic families with big businesses. With the 4 great scholars standing in front of them, why do you insist on sticking your heads in front of them? I know that you have some connections in the officialdom, but can you compare to the 4 scholars? Even the emperor has to treat them with respect. They have a lot of disciples and what not. If they were to announce that this thing was useful, even if it was a pile of dog poop, people would rush to get it. But what about you? You're just merchants. Once you're involved in this matter, even if you don't get killed, you won't be able to escape. Do you understand? Chapter 777. They were not fools. On the contrary. To be able to get to the position of duke. How could they not know these things? But Zhong Feng did not know their identities. If he knew, he would not dare to say so. The key problem was that the boy did not know yet. From the perspective of a businessman, Zhong Feng was really maximizing his own safety and their safety by doing so. He did not want them to become the target of the aristocratic family's anger. But it was different this time. This time. They only needed to think for a moment to realize that paper's interests were not something that a few Confucian scholars could handle. But Zhong Feng was just minimizing the risk. As for whether Zhong Feng had a backup plan, they did not know yet. But after talking for so long, this boy did not seem to give them anything. Zhong Sun Wuji narrowed his eyes, the chopsticks in his hand knocked on the plate, and said, "Fengzi, you have talked for so long. Even if you give us a little of this paper, it will be easy for us, right? Such a good thing, do you think we should give it to you or not? We want to take some back now." While speaking, Zhong Sun Wuji sighed and said with a bitter smile, "To be honest, last night, my wife was angry because of paper blank. That was why we quarreled for the whole night. She asked me to take some back. You also know that women have nothing to do, so all they do is follow the people in the market and compete with each other. Previously, when Jiao Chongzi came to the mountain, all the neighbors knew about it. Now, there's paper by, but we didn't know about it. This has made my wife lose face. If I can't bring her back today, hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They all came up with the trick of injuring themselves. That's right, Fengzi. My wife is a famous tigress. Last night, I was drinking with Laro Li and the others. That guy rushed in, twisted my ear, and dragged me home. Look at my ear, look, how red is it? Cheng Yaojin pointed at his blackened earlobe and twisted it before saying. Zhong Feng was so embarrassed that his cancer was acting up. Isn't that so? Look, all of us were drinking together last night. Ever since old Chen's shrew came, almost everyone came. This made us lose face. Zhong Feng pursed his lips as he listened to their bitter drama. He said in a speechless manner, "Everyone, now that I've distributed the profits of the paper mill, why don't you all just take it yourselves?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Then, he stood up and ran away in ecstasy. Zhong Feng hurriedly called out to the few people and said, "However, the paper for these 4 great scholars every month has to be provided by you all." "Why? Didn't you just say that it would come from your share? How did it become?" Everyone was instantly displeased. 200 pounds of paper per person per month. Although it wasn't much, it was still money. But Zhong Feng didn't care. If he had to pay for everything, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? "I don't care about that. You've all seen it for yourselves. What little I have is only enough for the daily expenses of the academy. How can I have any more? You don't want the reputation of the academy to be tarnished because there's no paper to use, right? If outsiders know that I, Zhong Feng, only care about selling paper to make money and don't care about the use of the academy, what will the world think of me?" Everyone heard this and pondered for a moment. Wei Zheng asked, "Why do you need so much paper? Printing textbooks, students' daily writing practice, homework, which one doesn't need paper?" Wei Zheng opened his mouth. He really didn't understand what this academy was teaching. It was completely different from what was taught in any academy in the Great Tang. What kind of academy would need so much paper? And such white paper? Wasn't that cheap straw paper good to use? Wasn't wooden planks good to use? Why did they have to use such good white paper? If they weren't prodigal, what were they? Wei Zheng sighed. Well, Since that's the case, the paper for the 4 of them can be counted as ours. Let's go take the paper home now. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we get back late. As they spoke, they hurried off again. Li Chengqian and the others also took the opportunity to slip away. They had no choice. If they didn't go, these masters probably wouldn't even be able to enter the door of the paper mill. How could the old village chief personally guard the door, who valued paper more than their lives? If they went like this, it would be strange if their legs weren't broken. Zhong Feng looked at them in a hurry and was speechless. But at this moment, Yu Qigong seemed to have thought of something. He hurried back again. Fengzi, I have something to discuss with you. What do you think? Zhong Feng stared at Yu Qigong with some vigilance. After observing for a long time and finding nothing unusual, he said, "Tell me about it." "Well, don't worry about anything. I just think that my son is in the academy, right? I want him to follow you. What do you think? In this way, if anyone wants to bully you, they can guarantee that they will beat up whoever you point at. There's also a boy surnamed Nyo. That boy is not bad. He's a good fighter. So, you're treating my place as a thug concentration camp? You beat up whoever you don't like. Then can I let your son beat you up?" Without waiting for Zhong Feng's reply, Yu Qigong had already rushed off to chase after Wei Zheng and the others. He said from afar, "It's settled then. Tonight, I'll let them stand guard for you. Go, 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 go away. Laro Tzu, this is the academy. The academy. It's not a thug concentration camp, nor is it a bandit den. If you dare to get it, I'll pack it up and send it back to you. You're not allowed to take half a step into the academy." Chapter 778. Without waiting for Zhong Feng to finish speaking. By then, Yu Qigong had already disappeared without a trace. He didn't know if he had heard him. Zhong Feng was extremely depressed. He couldn't even deal with Gao Khan. Gao Khan was like a wooden stake. Whenever he had nothing to do, Gao Khan would stand in front of him. If he didn't instruct him to do something else, Gao Khan would stand behind him for the entire day. There was no connection at all with Gao Khan in the famous generals of the Tang dynasty. Was this the Gao Khan who made the Turks tremble in fear? This was simply, he was a wooden block. Now, it was good. They had a fight before, and now they were together again. There was also a guy with the surname Nyo, whom he had never seen before. It seemed that they could put together a table of mahjong. He had wanted to eat something more. Now, Zhong Feng had no appetite at all. Looking at the bustling market, which was like the east and west market of Chang'an City, Zhong Feng could only stroll slowly amidst everyone's flattery, aimlessly thinking about his miserable life in the future. "Nice to meet you, teacher. Teacher, do you want to take a look at the new good stuff? Director, we are guests from afar. This is the immortal ointment. Do you want some? Lord Ju, this is the best ivory." It was used by the noble Persian craftsman. Zhong Feng acted as if he didn't hear the shouts. But he was annoyed. The short man in colorful clothes took the opportunity to take out a black fist-sized thing from his arms and handed it to Zhong Feng. "Lord Ju, try this. I guarantee that you can become an immortal with just a little fire." Zhong Feng frowned when he heard that. He took the immortal ointment from the man's hand and looked at it. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "Where did you get this thing from?" Seeing Zhong Feng speak, the man hurriedly said, "I am a businessman from Dashi. This is a popular treasure in Dashi. Let me ask you, when did you come to the Tang dynasty? How many of these things entered the Tang dynasty?" Zhong Feng did not care about anything else. He only cared about how much of the immortal balm had entered the Tang dynasty. Hearing this, the man instantly said proudly, "At present, only I have some in my hands. It took me a lot of effort and dozens of my men's lives to travel thousands of miles to the Tang dynasty." "How much?" Zhong Feng asked. That person simply said, "If you like it, Lord Ju, this thing is free. I've been in Chang'an for 3 days, and I've heard a lot about you, Lord Ju. That's why I'm here to give you my most precious gift." Zhong Feng didn't pay any attention to the Dashi merchant. Instead, he looked around his stall. After confirming that there was only one, Zhong Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, He was also somewhat alarmed. Dashy black-clothed Arabia. At this time, in this era, the strength of the country was comparable to that of the Tang dynasty. He only knew that black-clothed Arabia had entered the Tang dynasty during the Li era. However, he didn't expect that black-clothed Arabia had already begun to infiltrate at this time. Moreover, they even created this thing that would cause panic in the future world. Their intentions were really hateful. What did black-clothed Arabia want to do? Could it be that my name, Zhongfeng, and the things created by Lao Tzu have spread to black-clothed Arabia? Or could it be that my transmigration caused a butterfly effect? No matter which it was, Zhongfeng couldn't help but be alarmed at this time. This is a banknote worth 10 taels of silver. If there are more in the future, continue to send it to me. Zhongfeng didn't care too much. He directly took out a banknote and said, I don't like anything else, but this is my favorite. If you come across it, please send it to me. I'll buy it at double the price. As he spoke, Zhongfeng didn't have time to do anything else. He waved at a person from Tonghui Square who was buying things in the distance. Immediately go find Cheng Tianyu and the others and give this to them. Remember, no matter what, don't keep it for yourself. This thing must be known by others. This is something that will cause the 9 generations of your family to be executed. Quickly go and have him find someone. If they ask, tell them to spread out and search for this thing at all costs. Especially the trade route from Longyu to Chang'an. If you see it, burn it in front of them. If they have any questions, I will tell them tonight. That person's expression suddenly changed. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly went up the mountain. Immediately after, Zhongfeng and the black-clothed Arabian merchant talked for a while. After confirming that this was really all that was left in the Tang dynasty, he slowly left. However, the thing that he was thinking about the most in his mind was still Ma Faizan. However, this was a matter for the future. It was useless to think too much about it now. He didn't know whether this was the doing of the land-owning clans or something else, but he was certain of one thing: White Deer College had attracted attention. This wasn't a good thing. Boss, there's good vanilla here. Do you want it? However, at this moment, a voice abruptly interrupted Zhongfeng's thoughts. In front of him was a Persian carrying a bundle of vanilla, blocking Zhongfeng's path. Zhongfeng was about to get angry, but in the end, his gaze froze the instant he saw the vanilla. Chapter 779. To be more precise, Zhongfeng's gaze was fixed on the few weeds in the bundle of vanilla. Zhongfeng had already been extremely vexed by the matter of the immortal cream. But now, his thoughts had instantly shifted from the immortal cream to the grass. How much is this? When the Hu merchant saw Zhongfeng speak, he instantly became so excited that even his curved beard trembled. Sir Dean, if you like it, this bundle and this cart will only cost you 5,000 strings of cash. Zhongfeng looked in the direction that the Hu merchant was pointing. Under a tree not far away, on a cart, there were 3 bundles of dried vanilla. To be more precise, it was a type of large-leafed grass that Zhongfeng was looking at. Looking at this thing, Zhongfeng felt a bit of heartache. In an instant, the scene of him hiding in the toilet to avoid his teacher's smoking appeared before his eyes. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, Zhongfeng took out a stack of banknotes. With a glance, it seemed to be around 100 taels of silver. The Hu merchant was so frightened that he knelt down and thanked him. As for Zhongfeng, he indifferently walked to the handcart. He did his best to make himself appear less agitated as he casually fiddled with the hay. In the end, he placed his hand on an empty piece of tobacco, which was the bundle of vanilla in the Hu merchant's arms. He asked, "Is this also vanilla?" The Hu merchant was stunned for a moment before saying, "This is not vanilla. You also know that the journey from the outside world to the Tang dynasty is more than 1,000 li. This kind of grass is very good at absorbing water and resisting moisture. Moreover, the pungent smell on it can double the fragrance of vanilla. Thus, this little one often wraps this kind of grass on top of vanilla. Do you have seeds?" "The seeds of this kind of grass." Zhongfeng took out a piece of tobacco and looked at it. The Hu merchant didn't understand what Zhongfeng meant. After thinking for a while, he rummaged around in a linen bag in front of the cart for a long time. Only then did he take out a large handful and hand it over to Zhong Feng. "Since you like it, it just so happens that I collected the seeds of this grass when I was harvesting the herbs. I haven't had the time to put them at home yet. If you like them, I can give them all to you." As the Hu merchant spoke, he directly took out the things inside the cloth belt and gave half a bag of tobacco to Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng forced himself to calm down. "Very good. How much did I give you just now?" Zhong Feng looked at the banknotes in the beard's hand and felt a bit of heartache. Just now, he was so excited that he directly took out a bunch of banknotes and forgot how much it was. At this time, the beard heard him and said, "There's a total of 300 taels." Zhong Feng interrupted him and continued to ask, "Do you have a lot of these things over there?" "Many, they are all over the mountain." The bearded man answered truthfully. After all, he had met a rich man, how could he dare to neglect him? Moreover, he was a noble viscount of the Tang dynasty and the dean of the academy. He did not dare to neglect him. "I need this kind of grass. As you can see, my academy is being built. I need this kind of grass that is strong in absorbing water and moisture-proof. Go back now. I don't want any herbs. You said that you have a lot of them. I want a lot of them now. You should be able to make a lot of money. How much do you think I can buy with this money?" The beard was a little confused. These were things that even cows and horses would not eat on weekdays. What on earth did this lord of the Tang dynasty want to do? Did he want so much? But he did not have time to think too much about it. After all, everyone knew what happened on the mountain now. The Hu merchant did not even think about it and said, "If it's the Honorable Dean, you can wait. Within 3 days, I will collect all the herbs from all the merchants in Chang'an. For the time being, there may be more than 100 catties. You can use it first. After a month, the money is enough to buy all the herbs in our tribe." "How much?" "At least 1,000,000 catties." "Well, if there is really so much, you can send them all." "I want them all. When the time comes, I will give you another 100 taels. How about that?" When the Hu merchant heard this, he was so excited that his teeth were chattering. He hurriedly bowed his head and kowtowed. "The dean is really benevolent and righteous. You are the savior of my tribe." Zhong Feng did not want to talk nonsense with him. The point was that now, when the merchants saw that Zhong Feng had taken the most common herb and had taken a fancy to this inconspicuous herb, they all surrounded him crazily. At this time, Zhong Feng regretted not bringing Jiao Khan with him. That guy was big and burly. If he did not speak, he only needed to stand there and he would be a natural bodyguard. But it was too late to say anything now. Zhong Feng could only admit defeat. Holding a large pile of tobacco, he said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, I still have something important to do today. If you come across any treasures tomorrow, you can come here. I will come back tomorrow. How about that?" Without waiting for anyone to react, Zhong Feng scampered off. As he ran, the smell of tobacco filled the tip of his nose. Zhong Feng laughed so hard that his teeth could not be contained. Good stuff, this was really good stuff. He had a premonition that once this thing came out, it would be. Who would be the first big smoker? Not to mention anything else. At the very least. He had not smelled such a tempting smell for almost a year. He really wanted this thing too much. Big cigarettes, this was a good thing to comfort the loneliness in the middle of the night. It was a rare treasure. It was a treasure that belonged to men. Chapter 780. Zhong Feng didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly went up the mountain. The first thing he did was to find Jiao Khan, who was helping at the pig slaughtering farm. After bringing him back to the mountain, he gave him a strict order. "From now on, I'll give you 10 minutes to eat, drink, and use the toilet. After you're done, before I come out, if anyone comes, tell them that I'm researching something good and that they shouldn't disturb me. Understand?" Jiao Khan used his blood-stained hand to wipe his nose, nodded his head, and turned to leave. Zhong Feng opened his mouth and gave Jiao Khan a thumbs up. Then he turned around and closed the door with a bang. As soon as he entered the door, Zhong Feng couldn't wait to put the tobacco on the table. He picked up the white paper that Yu Shenan and the others put on the table and began to cut it. Then he pondered and used his eyes to look for what he needed in the room. At the same time when Zhong Feng entered the door, Yu Shinan and the others also encountered a problem and quarreled with Zhang Tufu. They were right next to the waterfall. Zhang Tufu almost used his knife. "I say, old man, you're really shameless. This is the villa area that Fengzi said. Without his permission, no one is allowed to mess around here. You guys didn't do anything. Not only did you point and talk about it, but you also forced to buy this house. Do you know who this house belongs to? It's our dean's." Yu Shinan also couldn't take it. When had he been pointed at and scolded by a lowly butcher like this? He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. "Fool. You're really a fool. We were just talking about it. We didn't say that we were going to move here. Why are you so against us?" "Against?" Zhang Tufu laughed rudely. "You old things bullied Fengzi just because you're a great scholar. Don't think that I don't know. When you came out, Fengzi ran away in anger. Yes, you're high and mighty. We can't afford to offend you, but we're also human. Do we deserve to be bullied by you? Fool. You're really infuriating, old man." Yu Shinan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Initially, they were in a good mood. The more they looked at the academy, the more they liked it. They had never seen such an architectural style and structure before. The few of them were really thinking about whether they should ask Zhong Feng for a house. After all, they were going up the mountain. They definitely couldn't be careless about where they lived. But who would have thought that their conversation would be overheard by this boorish fellow? He pointed at their noses and scolded them. How could anyone endure this? At this moment, Yu Shinan and the others were so angry that their faces turned pale. "You boorish man, don't try to hurt people with your words. The old man has taught and educated people all his life. This time, it was your headmaster who personally invited him up the mountain. If he is unwilling, we can leave. Don't humiliate us here." Zhang Tufu couldn't take it anymore. The quarrel here was also heard by the construction workers in the villa area. This was especially true for Cheng Chumo. When he heard the quarrel and looked around, he was scared out of his wits. How could he dare to delay? She scampered over. "Get to work. Whoever dares to slack off will have no food today." Cheng Chumo shouted angrily. He called Zhong Sun, Chong, and Wei Shuyu and hurried over. Sun Simiao, who lived not far away, also heard the quarrel. Because he couldn't see clearly, his expression changed drastically after he listened carefully. "Tong come with me over there quickly." He recognized the voice. It was Yu Shinan's voice. He also knew that the other voice belonged to Zhang Tufu. He didn't understand why a great scholar and a butcher were quarreling. When the crowd hurried over to mediate the quarrel, Zhang Tufu became even more agitated. He tore open his shirt and pointed at Yu Shinan and the others. "You're all here. You're just in time. Come and be the judge. What kind of great scholar is this?" He asked the headmaster for things the moment he came up the mountain. He wants this and that, and now he's even thinking about the villa we built for the headmaster. Look at what kind of place the headmaster is living in now. Is that a place for people to live? A wooden house. Even I am living in a brick house, but the headmaster would rather give it to us than live in it himself. What is this? This is the model of a teacher. What about them? Enough. Shut up. Impudent. Following a few angry shouts. Only then did Zhang Tufu shut his mouth in displeasure. Wei Shuyu and the others stared at Yu Shinan and the others in horror. "For sirs, please don't blame him. He doesn't know what's going on, so he was just deceived. Please don't lower yourself to his level for the sake of Laro Li and Fengzi. I've already sent someone to inform Fengzi about this. Brother Boshi, trust me. Don't be angry. It's bad for your health. Let's go to my bamboo house and have a seat. Let's talk about this properly." Although Sun Simiao didn't know what had happened, he could tell from Zhang Tufu's words that something was amiss. Although he still didn't know what was going on, it seemed like something big happened at the mountain gate. And at this moment, Zhong Feng, who had just lit a homemade cigar, was called open by a cry outside the door. "Fengzi, bad news. Something happened. Zhang Tufu is pointing at the noses of the 4 great scholars and scolding them." Hearing this, Zhong Feng's vision turned black and he almost fainted. Mother **K, why is he causing trouble for Lao Tzu every day? Let's go, quickly. Chapter 781. When Zhong Feng arrived. Basically, only the people from Tonghui Lane and Zhong Feng's diehard fans were left blocking Sun Simiao's door. It was as though if Yu Shanan and the rest dared to come out, they would rush up and beat them up without hesitation. It was unknown if the people from Guangzhou were always like this or if they were just too straightforward. Once they set their mind on something, even 10 bulls would not be able to pull them back. For example, now. Cheng Chumo used both soft and hard tactics, but no one shook him off. What are you all doing? Are you all very free? At this moment, Zhong Feng arrived, panting. When Zheng Tufu and the rest saw Zhong Feng, it was as though they had found a pillar of support. Fengzi, you're finally here. Come and be the judge. These 4 old men have been pointing at this place the moment they arrived. They even said that we're slacking off and insisted on having your villa. Tell me, where are you living now? You're the director, and this villa was built for you by everyone. How can you let others covet it? Old Zheng is right. You're the face of Tonghui Lane and the dean of the academy. How can the dean's house be taken by others? All right. Stop it. Zhong Feng also understood what was going on. He did not say much. These people were doing it for his own good and could not bear to see him suffer. He clasped his fists and said, Fengzi thanks everyone here. This is just a place to stay. Have you all heard of the story of Zhuge Wolong? Who is Mr. Zhuge? He's one of the best people in the 3 kingdoms. When they heard Zhong Feng mention the 3 kingdoms, everyone could not help but widen their eyes and look at Zhong Feng. Even those who had been paying attention to this place, including the women and children of the craftsmen, gathered around. Even Sun Simiao and the rest in the room stopped talking and listened carefully. Clearly, Yu Shanan and the rest's anger had mostly dissipated. Everyone should have heard of the 3 kingdoms. You should know the story of Mr. Wolong, right? Especially 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Who is this Mr. Zhuge? I don't think I need to say more, right? Everyone nodded vigorously. There were even people who urged Zhong Feng to say something. Zhong Feng felt that he was being treated as a storyteller, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't know what the people inside were doing. Perhaps this was a test given to him by the people inside. Zhong Feng continued, speaking of which, Mr. Wolong is so famous. Do you think he doesn't have money? Impossible. A man's shadow is the bark of a tree. Otherwise, who would know which broken thatch he lived in? Am I right? Therefore, those who live in thatched cottages are not necessarily poor. They could also be those great scholars or those great expert. Let's not talk too much. Let's talk about Mr. Yushan. Perhaps you don't know him, but this is the academy. After work at night, you can ask any student. Ask around. Mr. Yushan is now living in a thatched cottage on Yushan Mountain in Yushan County. Let's not talk about others. Let's talk about this divine doctor. As Zhong Feng spoke, he pointed behind him and said again, Isn't Dr. Sun awesome? Of course. He can bring the dead back to life. Someone answered excitedly. Zhong Feng clapped and said, That's right. Think about it. Dr. Sun can enter and leave the palace freely. How can he lack money? How can he be less rich than those people in Chang and who only have a little money but are awesome? No. But you should have heard that before Dr. Sun came to Xiao Mountain, he had been practicing medical skills in Wutai Mountain. He dealt with medicinal herbs and thatches all day long. He even went to Qinling Mountain all day long and never came out. Is he short of money? Whenever he said that he needed some medicinal herbs, would those people who were waiting in line to curry favor with him not send them to his door? Everyone was fascinated by his words. Even the people inside the door were stroking their beards and chuckling. However, Zhong Feng continued, Tell me, is Dr. Sun the kind of person who often pesters people for a small shelter? Look at now, especially you, old Zheng. Look at what Dr. Sun is living in now. It's a bamboo house. Did he mention anything about a place to live? At this time, Yu Shanan and the others in the room looked a little strange. So you're flattering Dr. Sun in a roundabout way, And you're also insulting us? However, Zhong Feng didn't know that. He continued, now, Mr. Bo Shi and the others are just commenting on the construction of my Xiao Mountain. Even if they want to live there, they have to wait until the house is built, right? Don't tell me that they want to live there just because they made a joke and said that they want to live there. Do they want to live in this half-built open space? What are you thinking? Day by day, Zheng Tufu suddenly understood. His face turned red. Then they said, Zhong Feng sighed and said, a house is just a place to shelter them from the wind and rain. However, these scholars who just came up the mountain don't have a place to shelter them from the wind and rain. They don't even have a thatched hut. What do you think they should do? If it were you, wouldn't you also find a place to build a thatched hut first? When everyone heard this, they came to a sudden realization, so they were just looking for a place to stay tonight. They weren't snatching the house from the dean. Seeing this, Zhong Feng said with some anger, do you understand now? Yes. We thought too much. We thought that he wanted to snatch your house. Zhong Feng's face turned serious. If you understand, then hurry up and find a place for Mr. Bo Shi and the others to stay. Do you really want others to know that our White Deer College is mistreating the scholars tonight?